What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrysson! Van Velzen!
And that's even more painful for Coulson.
Sorenson.
So painful he can't even watch. Same double is calling John's name. He finds it this time to narrow that gap to one. Now the ball.
Game shown the
There it is. Beautifully taken. That's more like it. He didn't go west, he went north. He's found a friend in double 14. Maybe a 91 checkout.
Game shown the Thursday.
Clear-cut brilliance. Big hitters walking into Tuesday. It is moving day. That is Steve West. Derek Coulson is in position to strike today in second position, but they're all trying to chase this man here. Sweden's Andreas Harrysson is a master of winning Group A situations and different situations here at the Modus Super Series. Over the course of Tuesday, we will see who will lead going into the final day of Group A, but as for today, we're at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we'll see who can make moving day theirs. Welcome. We are here in a very muggy Portsmouth here on Tuesday, but things weren't muggy yesterday. Things were very clear at the end of the day, and over the course of the next 4 or 5 hours, we're going to be in the company of Matthew Edgar to try and figure out who is going to be leading after Tuesday. Yesterday, it was very, very interesting. Maybe a slow start from some, but by the end, things were very interesting.
Slow start was expected by a few as well, wasn't it? Derek Coulson been away playing a bit of golf, struggling a little bit with the knees. Steve West not been playing much darts at all and felt he needed a few days to get into it. But the story of the day for me was Andreas Harrysson, who just looked head and shoulders above the rest. And I do get the feeling that today he could extend at the top of the table.
Well, let's remind ourselves of what the table does look like going into our moving day. Harrysson on 8 points, only stumbled once yesterday, just like Derek Coulson, but two very different roadmaps for their first day of week number 9. West in third on 6. He's in a good position, even though at the end of the day he was left a little bit bereft. But Brown, Worsley and Sorenson have got the most to do. Do they have to have a clean card today to get themselves back in the reckoning?
Yeah, they'll probably come in today as well feeling, certainly Tony and Worsley, they'll probably feel that it's already done in regards to their hopes of getting through this, because not only do they have to claw a lot of points back, but they've got to hope that a lot of quality at the top end of the table, multiple time winners in Steve West, Derek Coulson, Andreas Harrysson, all collapse. Can't see that happening. So I think their hopes are very, very slim. Keegan Brown's got a little bit more in hand with the extra 2 points. But again, he's got to hope that 3 players above him all don't do the business. And they are proven, tried and tested.
You mentioned Harrysson. What did he do specifically brilliantly yesterday to make sure that he's at the top of the table?
There was so much. I used the term yesterday for Andreas Harrysson of ready. Ready to go and achieve what he wants to achieve, which is to be a tour card holder. It's felt like in the past there was something missing in his game, and now it looks like he's got the complete package. The double in, the checkouts yesterday was exceptional. Add that in with now the match play. The fact he's not reacting anymore to any sort of situation. The only reaction is a positive one. He plays the board, not the player, and it really does come through. I think he's ready to move on to some big things.
Andreas has got the same amount of points as Derek Coulson, but he had a very different day, didn't he? It had smatterings of good, but a very stuttering start where he had nearly 50 darts at double in his first 2 matches. I think he was probably happier with 8 points than Andreas Harrysson, maybe.
He should be delighted with 8 points. 47 darts at a double to 8 in those opening couple of games. Now, there's two ways you can look at that. I would always try and find the positive in that, and mine would be, well, I've earned 47 darts at a double. I must be outscoring my opponent, so the second I start to hit my doubles, I'm going to be untouchable. And it did start to get that way for Derek Coulson. He started to produce the darts that he has on a previous occasion here. If there's going to be a danger right now to Andreas Harrysson, you would say it's going to be Derek Coulson, but I'd be interested to see how he starts today. Let's
see if the odds reflect any of Matt's thoughts there, because yesterday we did see the big hitters as the favourites to win the week. As for this group, Andreas Harrysson at the top of the table on leg difference is the favourite at 10-11, Coulson at 13-8, but Steve West only 2 points behind Matt, 7-1. Is that a surprise?
It is. It's not a surprise that it's the third favourite, but it's a surprise how big of a price that is. We know what Steve West can do. He got better as the day went on. He felt like he needed a bit of time to get into it, and he did. Probably feels he should have won that last game as well, which maybe would have been reflected in the odds quite significantly. But if anyone's capable of upsetting those top two, Steve West would be top of the list.
If you're going to have a bet today on the Modus Super Series, remember it's over 18s only, gambleaware.org for all of the information, and please gamble responsibly. We're going to go into our first game now, and earlier on this morning, Andreas Harrysson was in a very bullish mood after a bit of a wet walk into the live lounge, but he caught up with Chris Murphy to let us know how he was feeling ahead of play.
Andreas, top of the table after day one. How do you think it went?
Yeah, quite good. I think I'm pleased with that.
How much do you love coming here to the Modus Super Series?
Well, I love to be here every time. It's great. Yeah.
A lot of the other players keep telling us that every time they come, the groups seem to get harder. Do you have that feeling?
Yeah, it's tough every time, so I can't say what's the hardest week.
And the Champions Week lineup this time is very, very strong. How much would it mean to you to be there as part of that field of players?
Yeah, I would love it. It would be great. Yeah.
Where do you regard the Super Series success in terms of what you've done in your career so far?
I think it's a big part of my success the latest years.
And in terms of this year, obviously the target will be to try and win it again. Nobody other than Luke Littler has won it twice. But what are your plans for next year and beyond?
I will try to get a tour card, of course. I will try again. I tried a couple of times, been close, and yeah, I will try that. I think it's the last thing on my checklist for my dreams.
And back to today, what is the plan to ensure that you put yourself in the best possible position to win the group?
Yeah, we'll just play and see how it goes.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
He's a man of few words, but boy, can this guy play. Seriously impressive from Scandinavia, and he's proven it so many times here at the Modus Super Series. Not only the Series 7 winner, but he is a winner of Group A 6 times out of 10 attempts in previous weeks that he's played. So he's someone who lets his darts do the talking. And if he does it again over the next couple of days, it is likely he will win this group because of some of the levels that we saw from him on day number 1. But he has got a heavyweight player in his way in the first game of the day, which is an exact contradiction to what we had yesterday, because game 15 becomes game 1. It will be really interesting to see what happens in this one, because yesterday West was really starting to kick at the right time at the end of game 15. But Harrysson just about stopped him to take that 4th win of 5 on Monday. He's 50 years of age now, is Andreas Harrysson. He's technically in darting terms a senior. But in that interview, he said that he has things to check off his list. As for Steve West, who's also 50 now, he's got his own checklist, but it might be a little bit different. We will go into that in due course. But Matthew Edgar, games of this heavyweight nature don't happen in the first game on Tuesday every week.
No, this is a quality game to kickstart proceedings today, just like we had a quality game yesterday as well.
First. Game on.
Steve West taking to the stage against Derek Coulson. That'll be our last game of the afternoon. But I think this will have quite a bearing in
55.
regards to the direction of the day. Steve West said yesterday that he just requires a little bit of time to sort of play into the week. We saw that yesterday. He got better as it went on.
96.
He was evidently disappointed leaving the stage yesterday. Probably felt he should have been leaving on 8, relegating Andreas Harrysson, which would have been a very
60.
surprising return had Andreas Harrysson only left with 6 points yesterday, despite being the star performer.
You were referencing how
55.
well he played yesterday, the Swede. But we can't ignore the percentage on doubles from Andreas.
83.
And that compared to everybody else. Because these two were the best doublers yesterday. But with Harrysson
100.
at 51%, which is a world-class performance for Monday, he was 18% better than West, stating that 4
95.
of the 6 players really were a little bit off the pace when it came to the doubling.
85.
If Andreas doubles the same way, the likelihood is he will get a minimum of 8 points again.
82.
He's going to get a look at a finish in this first leg of the day.
That
Could be a valuable last start treble there from West to get himself on a very familiar number. So he does get a look.
48. Steve, you require 80.
Well, yesterday you said if Steve West is going to perform well in this group, he needs to get this tops working for him. Is that a block up?
60.
Open to the left-hand side of the bed, didn't
Andreas, you
find it,
require
pulled it a little
78.
low. And that is 6 visits to the board there for Steve West. To get a breaker throw against Andreas Harrysson, you don't normally get that many.
Game
You
shot.
won't get any more here. Nice clean finish from Andreas
Harrysson.
Harrysson, who yesterday kick-started his day with a
Second leg, it's Steve
4-0
to throw
victory
first. Game on.
over Tony Sorenson. Averaged 101.90, so we know this early morning slot is not something Andreas Harrysson worries
57.
too much about, which means we expect it to get a little better as the game warms in.
I don't think he worries about anything. You know better than most, Matt.
100.
This morning, there was a bit of a heavy shower on the way into the studio in the north end of Portsmouth. Harrysson turns up.
100.
He just says, there's a bit of a wet walk in, and then he just proceeds to the practice room.
But what I don't understand is Andreas Harrysson walked in about 45 minutes after me, and he's
41.
dry, and I'm still not.
Maybe he's waterproof.
100.
Maybe he's made of the same stuff as a Californian sea otter. At times on a dartboard, he is bulletproof.
95.
There were only 2 ton plus averages yesterday. One of them came from Harrysson in his first game that you've already mentioned, Matt. The other one
60.
came from West against Harrysson yesterday in that 4-3 defeat.
Always a painful thing, isn't it, when you average over 100 and
95.
you come off with
Steve,
nothing.
you require 144. $96.
That is not a bad
Andreas,
visit
you
at
require
all.
107.
He'll have to hold his breath for a second. Now he can exhale.
96.
He's going to go for a
Steve,
single
you
8
require
here.
48.
Tops this time.
Game
Makes
shot on
all the
second
difference
leg.
when there's nothing in the way.
Steve West.
He did get off to a bit of a slow start yesterday,
Third leg, it's
Steve.
Andreas to throw first.
Losing to Coulson
Game.
4-3. It was a bit of an attritional game. Small matter of 37 darts at a double in that contest from both players.
140.
But as soon as West got rid of the cobwebs, he was playing much better for the rest of the day. He needs to kick in quickly here. Otherwise, Harrysson
100.
will defeat him again.
Makes you wonder as well if the draws kind of worked a little bit against Steve West in where he's getting these sort of tough games to start his day. Derek Coulson and Andreas
131.
Harrysson, the two players in positions 1 and 2. And that's who Steve West had to go up against in the opening game, where, by his own words, he said he may start a little
125.
slowly.
You mentioned the draw as well, because West is getting the long shift. He gets the first game, the last game of the session, and 3 in between.
180.
That's not 3 in between, that's 3 together. Someone like Sorenson, for instance, on debut, he's got game 3, game 13 and 3 in between. So his day is about an hour shorter. Really? I don't know how Westy's going to feel about that.
34. Steve, you're 130.
We did see a 10 darter yesterday, didn't we? John Worsley. Best leg of the week so far. Can only be beaten by 1 leg. But I think that was potentially a little bit of a
48.
statement
Andreas
there from
Require,
Andreas Harrysson
16.
as well. We said he doesn't get embroiled with mind games. Oh, hold on a minute.
Steve, you require 88.
This could turn very quickly.
2 14s. Oh, it's happened to them both. 17 left. And the last time I checked on the dartboard, there
72.
wasn't a double 8.5.
Andreas, you require 16.
But there is a double 8.
Game
And
shot
there
the
it is.
third leg. Andreas
That'll be
Harrysson.
relief, won't it, for Andreas Harrysson? He was on for a 10 darter. Steve
We'll get
West
Steve to throw first.
enjoying
Game
the moment. He's probably thinking in himself, you got away with one there, Andreas. And Andreas is probably happy to oblige with that thought pattern.
180.
First one of the day for Steve West. Takes him to double figures for the week. He was the best in that category yesterday, and that is
58.
not a surprise. That is one of his biggest weapons. But that interaction at the end of that previous leg was very interesting indeed, as is this.
180.
What happens next? It's happened before.
100.
Multiple
Steve, you require
times.
141.
Oh, he's missed dart number 8. Excellent attempt at a perfect leg.
93.
But now he has to refocus to get like 4 in the bag. And there's more proof that it is literally impossible to dislike anything about Andreas Harrysson. He is genuinely
57. Steve, you require
a
48.
lovely fella, even though he's a bit of a demonic dart player.
8.
Well, he's got as much time as he needs here, hasn't he, Steve West? Will come back for his favourite double, unless Andreas Harrysson finds trebles with these next 2, which he's not going to do. Unable to leave a finish, so 6 darts. If Steve West needs them for a level game.
There is another plan here. You could bust this. Or you could just do that.
Steve West.
You show off.
Fifth
What a
leg, it's
dart
Andreas
that
to throw
was.
first. Game on.
That went in at such an angle that Pythagoras didn't even think of it.
60.
Just feels like Andreas Harrisson's a little off the radar at the moment. Certainly since that bullseye attempt, it's sort of
140.
all gone south very quickly for Andreas. A player we've been lauding for making very little in regards to mistakes. But
100.
they're starting to add up.
He should know a thing or two about going south, because if he goes any further north, he'd be in the Arctic Circle.
60.
Steve should smell an opportunity here. Because if he takes his foot off the gas just a little bit, he knows exactly what happens. Harrysson gets
81.
invited in, and he will not knock on the door. He will smash his way through it.
Well, that's a bit floaty, isn't it? Dart number 1 had a lot of air in it,
100.
but saves it with the last one there, Steve West. Just keeping the pressure on Harrysson here, because this is a crucial point of the game.
Yeah, that first dart was a bit like Bashir's
81.
last ball of the test match yesterday. My word, what an ending to the cricket that was. Wesley doesn't want to be stumped.
96.
I am very interested to see where he goes on that 105.
$59. Steve, you've got 105.
Does he start on the bullseye? Or does he go south? For someone who loves tops, and
65.
particularly the double top
Andres, you
twice
require
shot
120.
as much, I'm amazed he didn't go bull.
I'll be hoping Harrysson doesn't get a dart of tops here. Treble 20. Oh, he's found it. What a find that is. Oh, no.
Sean the fifth
What a
leg.
checkout that is for
Andreas
Andreas
Harrysson.
Harrysson. And that one will be one in the solar
Fifth leg
plexus of
exceeds the
Steve
draw
West.
first.
He
Game
will feel like he was going to win that leg all the way through. And Andreas Harrysson finds a big one at the end. That one hurt Westy.
You could actually see West writhing in pain
125.
whilst standing up. And he knows a thing or two about physical pain after being through multiple surgeries. But that genuinely is a dirty
100.
shot, isn't it?
It is. And somehow Andreas Harrisson's in front. 12 points difference in the averages. Steve West in regards to the advantage.
96.
And he averaged 100 yesterday in defeat.
2 words that we can associate with this game compared to yesterday. Not again.
60.
Andreas averaged exactly 90 against West yesterday. And we've already referenced the fact that West had 100 average.
180.
If Steve wins this leg, it could be a carbon copy game. Because he won leg 6 to take it to 3-3.
100.
And Harrysson won
Steve
leg
require
7.
100.
Got to get to 3-3 first.
60.
Not yet. Yesterday, Harrysson was brilliant at taking out 6 or 5 dart conversions from the midway point of a leg. Got to keep him at bay, Steve.
Game show.
Very well done. We go the distance in our first game again, just like yesterday, but this is a very different game.
7 from final
to
leg. It's
game 1
Andreas to
yesterday.
first. Game on.
Steve wearing that light blue armband again today in tribute of Christine Thornton. And also wearing a badge on his shirt to raise a little bit of awareness for pancreatic cancer, which is a particularly
43.
aggressive form of the disease.
Could be in trouble here. Surrounding the treble 20, unable to find it. And that's where the frustration kicks in at times. When you're missing
100.
so close, it's on the wire. But these have to be in the wires now. Andreas Harrysson getting a bit of a march. Steve West just needs to cling on.
45.
And what happened yesterday, around about this point in their game, it was West who had a couple of troublous visits, and Harrysson got a little bit of a lead.
22.
That's the only let-off he's going to get. West has got to get back into this leg right now.
Eyebrow-raising moment for everybody, but West just can't find. He's all
41.
over. He's not even kept the 3 darts straight on any of the 3 visits so far, and Andreas Harrysson is not the player you want to give these sort of opportunities to. This is where he's got better, seeing out these sort of
59.
opportunities and chances. Although, not doing it with too much style.
$80.
The
55.
only trouble he gets is a small one. West has got 6 from here to win this game. He's done well to get to a finish
140.
first.
$95. Steve,
How does this
152.
game end? Does Harrysson go to 10 points, or does West go to 8 with Coulson and Harrysson?
88.
We're about to find out.
Andrei Shavakwan 70.
Does he finish this? It was a sketchy last leg. But it's happened
Andreas
again.
Harrysson.
It went to 3-3, and Harrysson got a lead that he did not relinquish in the last leg. The lethal nature of his finishing has struck Steve West again, because look at that. Even though it's only an 81 average, it was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. He takes the first game by 4 legs to 3 ahead of Brown against Coulson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrysson. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrysson.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are about to get into our second game of the day. Derek Coulson has changed into his red kit, and Keegan is in his usual pink. Okay, that's an interesting start to the day. Let's talk about pink ease. Pinky fingers, that's what they're doing. Well, dart players really are curious animals, aren't they? Oh, of course someone's getting involved. This guy would talk about anything. 32 years of age, Keegan Brown. He is in pink. He's from the Isle of Wight, using a 20-gram Red Dragon dart. His second appearance here, he did not make the Saturday the first time he was here. Whatever they're talking about, it's really got Derek Coulson's attention. He's 57 years of age from Market Drayton, using a 4-gram heavier dart. And he is a 2-time weekly winner, but 3 times he's been to Champions Week. He'd like to make that a 4th time next month, because yes, Champions Week is only a matter of weeks away. Interesting first game that we had, where Steve West has now actually hit 6 180s against Andreas Harrysson this week, but has lost both
First
games.
It's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
As for this one yesterday, Keegan was outclassed. He lost by 4 legs to 1. And Derek Coulson yesterday, Matt, was excellent in this fixture.
78.
He got better as the day went on, doesn't he, Derek Coulson? Those last 3 games are exceptional. Mid to high 90 averages. Just sort of makes you wonder what really went on at the start of the day for Derek Coulson. It must have been someone in Derek Coulson disguise.
Yeah, he got off to a very slow start, even though
36.
he did win his first couple of games with sub-80 averages. Had 6 maximums, but he's already added to that total. And curiously, Matt,
100.
after his first game yesterday, he changed his flights to something that has a foldable nature. They'd come flat in a packet and you would fan them out to put them on the stems.
121.
He's starting today again with the moulded ones. Maybe this is something he's gradually trying to put into his armoury.
Yeah, there's a lot of people trying to make that transition, isn't there, to these moulded systems.
145.
Pros and cons. I don't think through my extensive research between the folded or moulded systems, which one is
59.
a definitive
Eric
benefit.
76.
At the moment, the jury's still out because you can make a case for either. So it comes down to personal choice and preference. And right now, Coulson may be feeling they're quite good.
No score.
Until now.
It's not necessarily a disaster, but it could turn into one.
57. Derek
Second time already today we've seen somebody
76.
bust a sizable number. If you don't get it the first time, try again.
Game
Right at the bottom as well.
Derek Coulson.
When he let that go, he was thinking, don't you dare go in that double
Derek
16.
to throw first. Game on.
Coulson off to a hot start. And he's trying to chase down Andreas Harrysson today. He started on 8 points the way that Andreas did. But now that the Swede has won his first game,
100.
Coulson will feel he's got to win his first game too. I wouldn't be surprised,
60.
Matt, to see someone like Derek win this week, because this series, it has been littered with serial weekly winners going to the showcase in the middle of August. People like Scott Taylor,
140.
Shane McGurk, Andy Hamilton, Jimmy Van Schie and Graham Ush are all multiple weekly winners now that we're into this meaty
85.
part of Series 11. And just like McGurk and Hamilton, Derek Coulson would love
60.
to be in Champions Week for a second consecutive time. And for him, it would mean again.
80.
Because he was in the one before that.
Couple of early concerns, though, at the moment over Keegan Brown, and it just feels like the darts aren't quite reaching. Feels like they're dropping a little low, and no surprise
60.
there to see the dart sort of deflect off when it's not coming through with the same sort of pace.
25.
There wasn't anything wrong with his grouping there in the first 2 darts, but the tiniest bit offline means that Coulson's got 6 from here.
The start to the day that he'd have
41.
wanted this. Everyone says they don't want their opponent to play underperforming or under par, but you absolutely do. You want to go up there and have the win as easy as possible, and ideally start off with a 4-0 victory,
39.
which would put him
Derek, you require 100.
sort of on par with Andreas Harrysson.
He's got a bit of ground to make up in the leg difference, but there's plenty of time for that.
Game shown the second.
And there's
leg.
always time for a
Derek
shot
Coulson.
like that. That's beautifully taken.
Third leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Keegan's been spending a little bit more time in America over the last 12 months. He's been over there a couple of times.
120.
Taking in darts in a different way, hasn't he?
I think it's one of those things that at some point in your lifespan, if you're a dart player, you want to go play darts in America because they play it very differently over there, don't they? A lot of it is cricket.
140.
So not your traditional game as we're playing here, a leg of 501 down to 0. Cricket playing on the big power numbers, 20 through to 15, and the bullseye. Completely different game, completely different mentality.
100.
Tactical game as well. Very much a game of chess, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves a game of cricket, does Keegan. Back on the Pro Tour in 2018, I used to play cricket with Keegan and Josh Payne.
180.
Very enjoyable game. As is this one for Derek. All is going to plan.
100.
To say that his average is rather impressive is a bit of an understatement. But we're only 2.5 legs in.
$41.
He doesn't like that. Keegan will. It opens the door for him to potentially turn things around here in leg 3.
135.
More good grouping,
Derek,
but this
give us
time on the right
140.
side of the wire. Here he comes. Stone Cold Derek Coulson. Looking for a stunner.
130. Gigging record 146.
Just slightly misfired as Brown goes for tops.
Game shot on the third.
And narrows the
leg.
gap to 1. That's a
Keegan
really good
Brown.
check out. I'm not really sure what he was doing on the first one.
Fourth leg, it's
Was he
Derek to
going
throw
for the
first. Game on.
treble 10, treble 8? Was he doing that kind of fiddly thing that some people do these days?
I was going to say exactly the same thing because it wasn't clear what he was actually doing, was it? Normally, if you're going to go 6 for tops, it'd be the big fat segment of the target. But we are starting to see a lot of players now just try and keep the focus and start working into areas where they're
57.
throwing at the treble rather than just in the area of a big number or 2 numbers together.
Well, let's take 46 as an example then. 6 for tops. Single 10
100.
for double 18. They are very popular routes. But if you get treble 10, that leaves double 8. Treble 6
80.
leaves double 14. I don't think I've referenced a double there that people dislike. So I'm not against it.
No, makes sense. And it's not like you're throwing at one target where you're worried about
135.
slipping into a neighbouring corridor and losing the opportunity at the double. It's quite a big section still around that treble. So yeah, I've got no issues with that whatsoever. But Keegan may have some issues with this leg because Derek
58.
Coulson is stepping it up again.
Derek, give her a quite 100.
I've only got one more thing to say about that little treble corridor. Just don't hit treble 15.
Treble 19 is traditionally the target on the 126. However, with Keegan Brown still in the 300s, Derek Coulson's got
86.
the luxury of time. And that's because he is averaging 31 points more than Keegan Brown.
136.
Do not adjust your
Derek requires
devices.
40.
Matt was right. He said 31.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Might be a little bit more
Derek
now.
Coulson.
This is a proper performance.
Fifth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game
Coulson's best average yesterday was 99.17. That was in a 4-2 victory against Worsley.
177.
I don't know if you heard that. It was a 177, Matt.
He gave that the big licks, didn't he? Our referee Owen Binks.
60.
What's he got in the tank for this one? Every time you start a leg with a shot like that, you're thinking,
99.
let's have another one.
Yeah, I believe it was it Kirk Bevins who first started giving the big calls to the 177s,
60.
the 174s, because he says, well, Why shouldn't you give it the big call? Because it's still like a maximum visit. Just because it's not a 180. Still 3 big power trebles.
The 174 was made famous by
86.
Anthony Dundas of Scotland. I remember a time at Lakeside when someone hit a 174, and it was the first one of the tournament. And he took a massive inhale before he called it.
180. Kicking record 139.
Keegan has still got 6 from here. Even though Coulson maxed. Just going to show
85.
how good his leg has been up to that point. We've got some very special Ks here this week. We've got a KE in Kevin
96.
Edwards.
Keegan in
Got
record
a KB
54.
in Keegan Brown, and KP is here in Kevin Painter later in the week. Double 10 to keep this match alive.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Keegan Brown.
Nothing wrong with that. And even though Keegan's not playing his best
Six leg
in
is
this match,
Derek
he is
first.
scrapping
Game.
superbly. Averaging 83, which is exactly what he did yesterday.
$134.
So where does it end with the big calls, Matt? Things like 134, they just get a normal call. That gets more.
180.
Well, we've talked about the evolution of darts, haven't we? They've got the evolution of reffing as well there. Things changing and evolving.
And I'll bring back
140.
the way that people talk before the score is mentioned. Like Freddie Williams used to say, yes, that's game shot. They were the days.
134.
And nobody will ever call a 180 like Bruce Spendley. He's no longer with us, but my word, Bruce, you could make our spines shiver with your 180 call.
Marco Meyer does the...
85.
Yes.
Big fan of that. Big fan. One of these days, we're going to have to get our referees adorned in some somewhat retro attire. So, yes, we're going to get Owen Binks to wear a Freddie Williams-style suit from the 1990s.
39.
We could have
Derek, you
retro
require
week, where all the
142.
dart players have to wear retro dart shirts.
I've campaigned for this before, where we use a round wire staple dartboard as well.
On boards like that, you can actually make the wires move.
90.
You
Keegan
can
number
manipulate the
148.
board a little bit. Now, Coulson couldn't take out his big out.
95.
But based
Derek,
on the
you
way
require
he's been
52.
finishing in this game and been playing as a whole, this feels likely. That is a very
Game
special
shot of the
performance
match.
from Derek
Derek
Coulson, who this
Coulson.
week is going to cause trouble for everybody. That is the best performance of the week so far, and by about 3 points. Look at that, 105 almost. 50% on the doubles. What's not to like with 3 maxes as well. Next, Sorenson up against Worsley. Follow that, lads.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
That second game was a bit of a treat for the morning, wasn't it? Average of 104.49. We didn't have long to wait for our first ton plus average yesterday, and we didn't wait long today either. Just a small matter of 8 maximums in the first couple of games. So indeed, we go into game 3 saying, follow that, John Worsley, and follow that, Tony Sorenson, who's on debut here this week. And he had to wait until game 5 yesterday to get his first win. So it's a welcome back to the man in the Tiger shirt, nicknamed Tiger, wearing black and orange, looking like a Cincinnati Bengal, 46 years of age from Denmark, against John Worsley, who's 40 now, from Chepstow, using a 22-gram Red Dragon dart, one of the oldest manufacturers in this sport. Looking very menacing, that shirt. And also looking very menacingly at the dartboard, because he only got 1 win yesterday, did Sorensen, and then by my count, I think he only blinked once. He has got to be in the national blinking rankings in Denmark in the top 10. If he's not,
First leg, it's
I want to see
Johnny
the people
throw
who are.
first. Game on.
Now, Raymond van Barneveld's going to be taking on Michael van Gerwen at the World Match Play in the coming week. And that shirt
60.
that Sorensen's got on, Matt, wouldn't be out of place on the shoulders of Raymond van Barneveld.
Well, I'm looking at the shirt here of Sorensen, and I'm noticing something I don't think I noticed yesterday.
52.
Is that a QR code? Bottom right corner. I wonder what that takes you to. I'm really curious. I need to go down and scan
85.
Thomas Sorensen.
So why don't you run down there now with your smart device and see what it scans you to? Because you're right. There is a QR code on his dart shirt, and that
100.
is something I've never seen before.
I've got one on my sleeves.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Crafty devil.
60.
So when I was out and about, if anyone asked me about my YouTube channel, I'd just be like, scan the sleeve.
What would be really funny is if that QR code takes you to the ticketing page
40.
for Saturday night at the Modus Super Series. That would be a sign of confidence. That one does. So if you do want to be here on Saturday night to watch 6 dart stars vying for the Week 9 title, That is how you
60.
do it. Scan that code or go to dartshop.tv. And Saturday night in week 9 is where you can reserve your tickets. For a very
96.
small fee as well.
Been some great atmospheres as well, hasn't there, recently on the Saturday nights? And of course, all
60.
tickets available as well still for Champions Week. Not many of those left as the lineup continues to fill. Only a couple of weeks away now. We're on week 9, so 3 more weeks of qualification.
99.
And then it's go time, 25 grand on the line.
Champions Night is
100.
on the
Round
16th of
114.
August. So, it is 1 month away tomorrow. This is tops for Worsley. And that's the
Game shot
ideal
the
start for
first
him.
leg. John Worsley.
He lost to Sorenson yesterday,
Second leg is
and
John
he would like to
throw
put that
first.
right
Game on.
here and now.
He'd been really frustrated with that as well, wouldn't he? Worsley went into that game after seeing Sorenson lose 4 matches. Would have probably thought, here we go, here's a chance to get some more points on the board, and it just didn't happen for him.
100.
Probably would have expected yesterday maybe to be coming away with about 6 points, really, if he was going to be in
81.
position.
Are you speculating it as to where that QR code's going to take you, Matt?
I'm trying.
100.
I think it takes you to the Tony Sorenson website, where you can find all things TonySorenson.com.
100.
I can imagine there being Tony Sorenson eye drops if you blunk as much as he does. What we need is a bit of an interval in play, a bit like when we brought a birthday cake out for the referee. Remember that?
95.
Yesterday, Sorenson was the only person to average under 80.
100.
Just the one maximum for him, which came in his first game. He didn't get a ton plus checkout, but today, for him, is not necessarily about getting the top spot. It's about improvement.
138.
Just a little bit erratic at times. He's decided
42.
to go to those
Round of
luminescent
68.
yellow flights today. Yesterday they were orange, but they were a bit haggard by the end of the day. Well, that's a big mistake.
28.
Missing the single from Worsley, but if you're going to do it when your opponent is not on a finish.
Not really got his scoring
Johnny
boots on
McGuire,
yet, has he,
40.
Sorenson?
Game
He's
shot
got his
the
doubling
second
shoes
leg.
on, though.
John Worsley.
That is really good from John.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
2 from
Game
2. And the shoulders went back there, and he's feeling a bit more confident.
Well, one thing for sure is he'll feel well rested. I know he's had a lot of
60.
sleep through the afternoon and evening,
Now, how would you know that?
because I heard him doing it. I have never heard snoring like it in my life. And he's in the room downstairs. It was that bad. I went outside and I was walking down to the gym, and I was 4 doors away from the house. I could still hear him.
Second 180 of the week for Sorenson.
180.
He would like to get more than one today. He may need more than one in this game to trouble the man who does sleep very well.
140.
You know how everything is ranked on social media these days? What's your top 5? What's your top 10? Who's in this tier? What tier would
60.
John be in the sleeping stakes then?
Oh, he slept well. He slept very well throughout the night and the afternoon. That's for sure. And they say you sleep well or you
66.
sleep better after a successful day. So I dread to know what it's going to be like if he picks up more than 2 points today.
60.
In darting circles, there are three people that sleep better than anyone. As in, you could flick the switch off and they'd be asleep already. Mark Webster's like that. He could sleep on the sun. Gary Anderson's a very good sleeper, apparently, and as is Michael Smith.
177.
But there's no sleeping on that shot. Worsley has turned this leg around, potentially
83.
with that mammoth visit of 177.
Not missed a dart or double yet in this game until now. Not going to go out here offering opportunity to
16.
Sorenson.
Tony require
Kind of
58.
has a bit of a vibe of yesterday's game here. This is where Sorenson stepped in, cashed in the opportunities and took the legs.
18.
You can't take the opportunity, and Worsley
Tony require.
likes this double. He had a 10-darter on this yesterday.
No
You couldn't
score.
have asked for two better markers than that.
Tony require 40.
And he couldn't slide it in. Neither
No
can
score.
Sorenson, who yesterday was only
Johnny
22% on doubles. Worsley was 10% better.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he's much
John
better there for
Worley.
3-0. That's a double break now. This game
Fourth leg
might
is
be
John to
over
throw
in
first.
4 legs. Worsley
Game
would
on.
love that.
Be interesting as well to get the assessments, wouldn't it, of how Tony Sorenson thought his opening day went. Was he happy leaving with a win at the end of the day?
85.
Or does he feel like he left something out there? Because he did miss a lot of match darts, certainly early on, didn't he? To pick up a couple of extra points, a couple of extra wins, which
100.
you'd never know what that could have done. You'd never know how that could have affected him in confidence-wise.
Yeah, round 2, Sorenson missed 7 darts to beat Derek Coulson. Look where he is now compared to Tony.
100.
Now, Worsley is looking in a very strong position in this game.
140.
But what's happened to his dart shirt collection? Yesterday he was in a polo shirt like this. Different colour. Unless he's been sponsored by a very, very affluent sports brand
26.
that we don't know about. He's decided that he doesn't want to wear a dart shirt this week.
140.
Sorenson's making a nice move here in leg 4.
$99. Tony require 121. $89.
This is a little bit of the stuff that would have won him the Swedish Masters last year. Does have a very interesting reputation in Denmark, but
99. Tony
darts-wise,
require 32.
highly respected for talent.
Game
He
shot
finds
on
that
the
first
fourth
leg of the day. Yesterday in
Tony
his first
Sorenson.
game, he did not get a leg
Fifth leg, it's Tony
against
to throw
Andreas
first.
Harrysson. At least that is a little measure of improvement at the start of today. He has broken back.
I think a lot of that came down to the brilliance, didn't it, of Andreas Harrysson opening up things with 101 average. Sorenson shy
100.
of a 90 in that game here, down in the 70s, where it's got to be said he sort of set up camp yesterday, didn't he, in that sort of high 70s.
129.
And that isn't going to cut things, certainly in a Group A here at the Super Series.
123.
You know that phrase? It doesn't cut the mustard. Who cuts mustard? It's always bugged
58.
me, that phrase.
The one that always gets me is the cow and the
43.
banjo expression, because I then picture someone stood in a field with a banjo, just missing all the time.
Worsley's not missing. This is what Wombles do.
120.
Well, that's a bit of a commentator's curse, wasn't it?
Well, Binks is certainly getting a bit of a workout today, isn't he? Look, the bounce outs early on.
60.
This is why dart players should do their deadlifts. Just in case you have to get something off the floor.
Remember the Dennis Ovens stick? He used to have the extending magnet, didn't he?
Yeah. Dennis Ovens, as dry as they come.
134.
Man with an incredible head of hair. But he used to have a stick in his pocket. The telescopic dart detection
99.
device.
Johnny requires
It's on the floor. He doesn't have to bend over. He just uses the pole. Worsley needs to use tops to win this game.
50.
He can't use tops or tens.
Johnny requires 76.
So a couple of stutters on the outer ring all of a sudden offer an opportunity to the Dane, who stays in the game on double 18.
Tony Sorenson. Sick Vegas John to throw first. Game on.
Just staying on the Dennis Ovens stick for a little bit. There's been some strange inventions in darts, hasn't they, over the time? Remember the little ring that they made, which had like a
100.
little sighter on top of it, and you was meant to aim through the sighter of the ring on your finger?
I actually met the guy who invented that. He stood by it and he said it was brilliant. It wasn't. It was
60.
terrible.
Jamie Caven has his own brand of birth control.
Still the best merch ever. Yet to be topped.
140.
It's definitely some merchandise that you can get excited about.
60.
I'm a big fan of the Damon Hetta
100.
fire hat. They're becoming very popular. But if you want to get your hands on one, you've got to be in the crowd. And Damon has actually been down here to the live lounge to support his
60.
good friend
161.
Ben Robb from New Zealand.
And he gets a different one every time, doesn't he? And I'm just picturing the guy who sat there making these fire hats, like one day
41.
getting an order, can have 1,000.
Worsley does not need 1,000.
41. John Everett
He
120.
needs to find 80 points to set up tops for the match again. It's going to be hard with that. Very hard indeed.
60.
What he's done there is he said, I'm not going to leave a double. I'm going to hit this big single because next time I hit that single, I'm not going to have the dart in the way of tops.
55. Johnny requires
He
60.
knows he's got this game by the scruff of the neck, and he has had most of the time. This time he gets it done, and Worsley
John
gets his own
Worsley.
back on Sorenson after yesterday's defeat. So John, starting on 2 points today, has already got himself ahead of Keegan Brown in the table. He was definitely the better player in that one. The better checkout success, the better average, and the scoreline, 4 legs to 2. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Just before the break, we did see Tony Sorenson lose his 5th game of his 6-game campaign, and John Worsley picking up his 2nd victory. This, however, to start round 2 on Tuesday, is heavyweight to say the least, and somebody is about to go to 12 points. The winner of this game will lead the table going into the middle round of the entire group. But this is bad news for the chasing pack, which includes Steve West, Keegan Brown, and John Worsley. Because whoever wins this game is going to be a minimum of 3 wins ahead of those players. But the person who loses this one, Matt, they will be only 2 points behind, but will have to recover at some point.
Remember yesterday, as we was coming into the back end of the day, I says Andreas Harrisson's going to be tested.
100.
Because Andreas Harrysson had Derek Coulson and Steve West as his last 2 fixtures yesterday. It was then going to be his first 2 fixtures of today. They're his 2 strongest rivals, according to the odds, according
81.
to everything we know from previous experiences. And at that point, we made the suggestion that Andreas Harrysson has the quality where he could win all 4 of those games. And if he did,
60.
From that point, I didn't see a way in which he doesn't win the group. Right now, I stand by that. If Andreas Harrysson wins this game and completes the 4 victories against the 2 big players, I think he goes on to win the group.
98.
Despite the fact there's still a lot of darts still to be played.
Including 2 games tomorrow, which include 1 against West and 1 against Coulson. But
81.
these 2 have got Group A experience. However, Derek Coulson has got less experience than Andreas. Does that count for much?
95.
In this format, short format games, race to 4, I don't think it does. You can still have that excitement and that adrenaline at the start of the game, and before you know it, it's back end of the game.
These are 2 players that don't necessarily show a great deal of adrenaline spiking.
77.
They play the game more placidly. Which means they're ideally suited to matches like this.
35. Derek, you require 16.
This department yesterday for Harrysson was brilliant. This height of double. How is it for Derek?
Game shot on the first leg.
Pretty good.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
If we ever had another Modus Super Series studio in North America,
95.
and we put it in Washington, week 1 would have to include Derek Coulson because he's DC.
100.
Here's a bit of a teaser for you, Matt. I know you're into your wrestling. Which famous former WWE champion was
76.
from Washington, D.C.?
Give me a moment. I feel I know this.
$57.
Was it Jack Swagger?
I think he was from Virginia, one of the neighboring states.
$45.
Do you think Andreas Harrysson looks like one of the Wyatt Six?
It fit in. Especially some of our AI-generated images we've made recently of Andreas Harrysson and Andreas Scaryson.
Yes, they will be available on social media platforms sometime soon.
100.
Because over the last few weeks, we've created Rafty Coxey, paying homage to Lee Cox, Conan the Barbecue, and Chaz Barstool.
100. Andreas, you require 145.
Bless AI. It is the gift that keeps on giving.
And it's not just Andres Harrysson and Andres
65.
Scaife with me.
Derek, you
We've
require
also made Derek
144.
Coulson.
Yes. Kind of looks like Gezi Price's dad. Coulson. That could have been cool. But he doesn't do the fawns and say, hey.
96. Andres, you require 80.
A little bit of ladder climbing here. Up to the top.
60.
Not quite high enough.
Derek, you require 48.
It was that close that Owen Binks had to have a real good look at that one to make sure it wasn't in. But this, for Derek Coulson, for a bit of control, for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very well stolen.
Derek Coulson.
That's what Derek Coulson can do.
Third leg, it's
He'll
Derek to
stick
throw
around
first.
in the legs where he has been beaten in the scoring stakes. You make a mistake, I'll be right there.
You don't win multiple weekly titles without being able to dig out that quality when you need it.
121.
He'll be aware of this situation. He'll know the picture we're painting up here in regards to Andreas Harrysson potentially being able to start to make a move on running away with this group.
140.
He'll be aware, and the experience of which he's got in this environment now, that this is a key game. But what would be really interesting would be that legs difference at the start of the day. Andreas Harrysson, clear.
100.
And he only won his first game by 4 legs to 3. If he's to lose this game, and to lose this, what could potentially be at this point
60.
quite a heavy defeat, that legs difference could be gone.
There lies the importance of playing the person you're trying to chase. Because the leg difference can change
57.
up to 8 legs. If you win 4-0, you give yourself 4, you take 4 away from your opponent. But if you're playing someone like Sorenson, who's at the bottom of the table,
60.
you gain 4, but you don't really get anything else. Apart from the 2 points, of course.
$45.
But this is going to have to be sustained from Coulson. You're never safe when Andreas is around. He's going to acknowledge right now that he's not playing that great.
81.
Which means if he's given a little bit of rope, things can change really quickly.
Back in the red now. Derek Coulson, last 2 visits, been unable to find a big power treble.
You don't want to go 60 here. You want to go 18s.
98.
He did it a few times yesterday as a cover shot. Very sensible. Biggest checkout of the match so far is 48.
Derek, you require 80.
Is that about to change? Perfect line on both of those.
Game
Perfect
shot the
weight
third
on that
leg.
one. 3-0
Derek
Coulson.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
One of those players, isn't he, Coulson, where the single 20 doesn't affect tops. Dart line flat. Both players not using a sort of traditional standard shape
140.
flight, which means it's easier to land them flatter.
Now these flights that Coulson uses are kites. You might know a little bit better than I, Matt.
45.
The shape of Harryson's flights. Do they have a name? Is it a baby kite or a slim kite?
They will have a name, I just don't know what it is. And
59.
you tend to find this with the moulded systems because you can do so much more with them that you get different shapes, you get better shapes. The folded system, as traditionally was done with a press, wasn't it? A machine that would have a template that would just literally punch out the material. So you had to have the actual cutting tool. And they're not cheap. You're talking £20,000 to get the cutting tool. Once you've got the tool, you can just churn them out for pennies.
126.
But in order to get that, people wouldn't traditionally have too many different shapes, where with the molded system, it's easier to add bits on or take bits off because you don't need that machine
60.
press. So you've got things like the slim flights now, but you've got like expansions on. So it's like a wing slim, which is like a slim, which looks like it's wearing a hat. So it's a bit bigger.
140.
Yeah, we recently saw Peter Wachuri here, and he was using a shape of flight that I've not seen anybody else using here.
$140. Andres, you require
Probably
36.
thinking he needed to fill that up. Does it make any difference?
Game shot on
It
the
doesn't,
four flag.
because Harrysson is not going to be
Andreas
bageled.
Fifth flag, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
And of course, the shape of the flight in which you use will dictate as well the grammage of what you should be using within the dart. The traditional rule of thumb is anytime you drop into a slimmer flight, that you have to have a lighter dart.
140.
Certainly those slim flights, the recommendation is the heaviest you should use is 21 grams.
Is that right?
It is, yeah. But that's why I was very unusual using 23.
140.
Makes Phil Taylor using slim flights 20 years ago with a 25-gram dart a bit odd.
Very much so.
93.
But then again, Mr. Taylor was a bit unconventional.
Oh, he's coming back here, isn't he, Andreas Harrysson? He was 3-0 down in this game.
180.
But we said earlier, Andreas Harrysson plays the board. Doesn't play the player, doesn't play the scenario. The performance been unaffected. In fact, it's getting better. But it needs to.
180.
That is some maximum from Coulson. It sets up a match-winning chance. They are the only two maximums from this game.
100. Derek, you require 88.
Does Coulson close the door? Or does Harrysson say, here's Andreas? Consider the door closed with an 11 darter.
Derek
Coulson will take the lead in the table. You get the feeling that these two are going to be duking it out over the next day and a half to see who wins the group. That was a fabulous ending to a very tightly fought contest in the averages. But it was won by Coulson by 3 legs with a checkered success of 57%. Next, it's West against Worsley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrysson. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrysson.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Already we are looking at the 1/3 point of the day because we have had great quality over our first 4 games. Only one of the averages has been sub 80. The rest of the stuff, very competitive. And we do expect this game to be exactly the same. Because West, who lost his first game with an 89 average against Harrysson, and Worsley, who won his first game with an 87, these two will now butt heads on the Modus Super Series stage to see who gets the next 2 points. If West wins, he goes to 8. If Worsley goes and gets the 2 points, he will go to 6 with West. But they've got a big problem. Their pursuit
First leg,
of getting the top spot in Group A this week is proving very tricky indeed because Coulson and Harrysson are already making distance happen.
59.
Sort of feels strange, doesn't it, when we're still on day 2 in the morning session. But to say whoever loses this game's pretty much
123.
out of the running in regards to winning the group. Certainly for John Worsley, who's currently 8 points away as things stand.
100.
I'm with you. If West can't keep pace with the top 2, he's going to be vastly behind by the end of the day.
180.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that when you look at the players at the top, you think, is one player going to make a slip and make mistakes? Maybe.
55.
Are 2 players of the same quality going to make slips and mistakes? Very unlikely. We haven't just got one of the big hitters in this Group A. This is a solid, stacked Group
56.
A with 2 of the biggest hitters we've got available to us here at the Super Series.
Do you remember that Champions Week Group A that we had in Series 6? When it was, by this point, already a 2-horse race between Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes. It was a great race. They would end up playing the final game of the series. Taylor would win it, but Sykes won Group A. Something like this would be a nice catalyst. Tops. Oh, that would have been a bit flashy and brilliant. It was almost there.
182.
Does Worsley pinch it right in the middle of the single? Beautiful
John
check out.
first leg. John
Most of that
Worsley.
leg, Steve West was standing behind John, nodding his head in
Second leg is John
approval
to throw first.
of the brilliant darts he was throwing. But that is the one dart he didn't want him to hit. Why are people playing their best darts against Steve West this week?
100.
Makes you wonder as well, doesn't it, what's going on in the back room? Is there a little bit of banter going on around Steve West? Because we saw Andreas Harrysson get drawn in to go for the
85.
bullseye for the potential 10-darter in the first match against Steve West. And then we're seeing Steve West go for a little bit of a flashy finish there as well. Makes you wonder what the story
96.
is away from the cameras.
This is where we need, with our 24/7 darts channel, to have some sort of reality
100.
show.
Darts practice rooms.
Well, if we're going to have something like the Kardashians, which family are we going to use?
100.
The Richardsons?
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If you could follow a
180.
Super Series player for the week and have a full documentary, who would be the most interesting? I think the person who give you the most content to be able to sort of cut between to get a program where you'd overshoot it
135.
would probably be Richard North.
Steve, you've got 136.
I'd go with Conan, the Series 1 champion. I'd watch that.
100. John requires 70.
Steve West right now is thinking Worsley's going to hit this because this is what's happening to me today.
$30.
It wasn't close, and Owen Binks does another
Steve requires
deadlift.
36.
He's racking them up today. Double 18 for West.
Game shot on the second leg.
Finds it on the second
Steve
dart.
West.
Probably be quite appreciative of them for today, maybe not so much tomorrow.
So I get Steve to throw first. Game on.
He's going to be having a big slap-up dinner later, is Owen Binks.
Is he really?
180.
He's not going to be cooking it. Guy can't boil an egg. Like, can he just ruin it?
30.
Yeah, Steve's not much of a cook. He's more of a barbecuer. Give him a grill. He can do some stuff. He's a traditional bloke.
78.
He's a very good host. But if he's going to host, he's going to do it outside.
Now there's another... See, we're writing all the content here, aren't we? Dart players' hidden
59.
skills.
Steve's hidden skill has always been his talent of throwing things that aren't darts at a dart board. Like bookmakers' pens or nails. He's done it before. I've seen him hit one of those scores with bookmakers' pens before. It was witchcraft.
140. Steve, you require 63.
He's got a bit of a sizable lead in this leg. And of course he's left tops again.
Game shot on the third
He
leg.
strikes again.
Steve
It's Sir
West.
Tops a lot.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
If he ever gets a knighthood, that's what he's going to be crowned as. Arise, Sir Tops a lot.
$60.
Worsley's not playing bad. West is playing some sort of vintage stuff.
45.
And if you like him and he likes you, that's a bad sign. Because he tends to play his best darts against people he likes.
I swear you must have had a bet somewhere with someone. How many times can I make Edgar break during a
34.
session? Certainly after yesterday's talking walls.
He'll be very happy to have Henry back tomorrow.
140.
Highest average of the week so far came from Coulson in game 2.
55.
So far, this from West is just a smidgen better.
$60.
His two best ever performances were against people he spent genuine time away from the game with. Mervyn King and his brother
58.
Tony. On the European tour, he played his brother. Absolutely smoked him. 6-0 with 110 average.
43.
And at that point, you're thinking, what was that? If you can do that to someone that you shared a house with for years, what could he do against someone that he doesn't
132.
like as much?
I get that. There is a lot of talk, isn't there, what it's like to play your friends. I always used to love it. I used to love playing those sort of people you shared a room with or travelled with, because it just had a little bit more edge to the game, and you like to play the game with a bit of an edge. Worst thing to do is just get in that pattern of flow of games, of just a cycle of
64.
fixtures.
Steve, you require
I think
84.
certainly in the Southampton days, that my best performance was against Aaron Beanie, who I shared with that week.
Oh, Stephen.
44. Johnny requires 78.
Missing the single in spots like that. I don't know if he can have that luxury. That leaves 66. So it's Worsley's turn. He needs a single. And he doesn't get it either. That's the second time today that he's missed a single 16. And this time he's got the double 7, which leaves him just north of a double.
38.
The whole shot was a mess, really, wasn't it? From
requires
dart
40.
1, pulling low on the 18s, pulling on the 16s, and then offering Steve West 3 darts. That's inviting. Surely
on
it
the
is.
fourth leg. Steve West.
Steve West, important breaker throw, full control. We've seen a few of those this week, haven't we? A couple of
Let's get Steve to
apologies.
throw first.
Keegan Brown likes to offer apologies. Steve West offering a few.
He's a
100.
keen golfer, is Steve. And if he played golf the way he plays darts, he'd need 4 clubs. His double top is like his putter.
94.
His 180 skills are like his driver. He needs a couple of others in between. That's about it. He plays the game in a very simple way. He
121.
doesn't overcomplicate it. In that way, he reminds me of Rob Cross a little bit. Because Rob Cross tends to focus on 20s, 19s and 18s. He stays away from 17s.
177.
And even with that, Worsley is still in trouble.
100.
This needs to be sustained brilliance now.
80.
That might not be enough. Steve starts this game 6 points behind Coulson.
140.
4 points behind Harrysson.
150.
He's within 1 dart. Or is he? He is now. To stay in 3rd position, to get his first win of the day,
82.
he
Steve
needs
require
the
40.
putter.
Game,
Consider that one in the hole.
match. Steve
West gets the victory against Worsley. And it's 4-1 again, just like it was yesterday. West played well against Worsley yesterday, averaging 93.82. Today, it's a little bit better than that. In fact, it's his best win of the week at 99.4 with 50% of the doubles. And that's all ahead of Sorenson playing Brown.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
We've got one more game to go in our second round of fixtures on Tuesday. Moves have been made. And Derek Coulson has made the biggest one, winning both of his first games again, just like yesterday, but with more quality today. This one is going to see Keegan Brown trying to get his first win of the day against someone who has got exactly the same problem. Sorenson wasn't able to get the better of John Worsley in game number 3, and Brown, who's had a bit of a break at the start of our schedule here, a 3-game break, wasn't able to get the better of Derek Coulson, but not many people would have. Derek averaging nearly 105 in that game. We're hoping that this fixture today is a little bit better than the one from yesterday, because if we are being fair, this was probably the trudgiest game of Monday. But Keegan did get the win by 4 legs to 2, and he would take that right now.
$95.
Looks a bit different there, doesn't it, about Keegan's setup?
Yeah, I think that looks like a different set of darts.
Well, my first
81.
thought was going to be to talk about Keegan Brown. Can he keep the darts higher, not drop them low? He's certainly doing that, but that is certainly a little different. So,
140.
definitely the points. I don't think he was having these sort of rainbow points earlier on.
Maybe just looking for something that will grip the board a bit better, because in his first game today, he did have a
140.
couple of deflections. Oh, they are sparkly, aren't they?
96.
He's playing with the cameras as well.
$140.
Yeah, nothing's changed from game 1 to game 2 for Sorenson. He'd like to have a different result. Now, why would he change to
38.
these points,
Johnny
I
require
wonder, because
140.
they're quite shiny, which means he's not going to get any extra grip from them. I was under the
100.
impression that those kind of
Keegan
points were
require
purely aesthetic.
112.
Maybe he just wants to see something different on the eyes. We've all done it before, changed the colour of our flights just so it feels a little bit
38.
different,
Johnny
so
require
it
40.
looks like you're doing something different.
I remember doing that on my World Grand Prix
Game on
debut.
the first leg. Tony Sorenson.
Tony Sorenson, in his debut week here,
Second leg, it's Tony to throw
seems
first.
to be starting to calm down a little bit.
Game on.
His intensity levels have dropped from 9.5 to about 9.4. Because he is a very intense individual.
60.
In my World Grand Prix debut, I used my small standard flights, but had the Irish colour because it was in Dublin, or just outside of Dublin.
140.
Didn't do me any good. Still lost to Wayne Jones.
Used to be one of the favourite trips for a lot of people, didn't it?
100.
The City West Hotel, Dublin, Pro Tour followed by the World Grand Prix.
Proper trip.
A lot of people really enjoyed it. I think part of it was due to
34.
the Chinese down the road. That was very good. About €15, all you can eat.
That wasn't the Chinese we used to go to.
You probably went to the
45.
fancy one. That I was a little bit more budget.
It was a great place to go, though. Great complex, great place to practice, great place to
97.
play. In fact, a lot of people saying going into match play week that the Winter Gardens is their favourite venue. I would have to say the City West was
100.
better.
One thing the City West didn't like, though, if you remember, was carpets. Because remember, it used to be like really like jigsaw puzzle, didn't it? Where like you'd have a piece here, and then they didn't match it up, but it had a pattern on it that just
98.
didn't match, strip to strip. In fact, actually, I've got a memory of you at the
60.
City West during the Pro
You can
Tour.
have 112.
I remember you went round turning off plug sockets.
We'll come back to that. Because even though Keegan Brown has changed his points, he's just had the same thing happen to him.
38. Tony,
did you remember that?
136.
I remember everything.
Remember this.
128.
Keegan Brown could be in
Keegan
trouble in a
174.
second if he doesn't hit this. He's got tops.
34.
Not a bad dart.
Tony, you
It
require
just didn't hit.
8. No score.
He's got it
Keegan
covered.
require 40.
But not in a good way. Double 10 for Keegan. He
Game
finds
shot
the back of the net on
second
dart number 3
leg. Keegan Brown.
and levels this one up. Yeah, how did you remember that about the sockets?
Third leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
If anybody doesn't know this about me, I am someone who is a bit fastidious when it comes to things being off and on or closed.
140.
And at the City West Hotel, for some reason, the cleaners never used to turn the plug sockets off, so I used to go around and turn them all off.
100.
I remember because there was a row of sockets just behind the practice boards, and you went down just turning them all off as you went down before you got your darts out to practice.
81.
Was always part of the 9 o'clock club.
85.
The Pro Tour doors opened 3 hours before the event started, and you always knew who was going to be in there at certain times, didn't you? Players arriving at different time slots. We've mentioned Andres Harrysson today, turning up
83.
pretty much on the window of the latest you can possibly arrive.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton was definitely not part of the 9 o'clock club. He was more 10:55.
60.
He'd get in 5 minutes before the cut-off.
And wasn't the latest one in? It was always Ryan Searle, wasn't it? It would always turn up at bang on 11 o'clock.
32.
Yeah, Keegan was more of a 9:15, 9:30 kind of guy.
140.
Not every dart player is as stringent as some of us. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of stringency.
95. Tony, you require 116.
Still looking for his first ton plus checkout of the week. Does it come right here?
80.
It does
Keegan
not.
requires 70.
That was not a throw. This is a legal shot.
36.
But he's very displeased with the result.
Tony, require 36.
Seems to be the miss, doesn't it, for Keegan? If it goes wrong, it goes low.
And that's the one thing he can't do on 36.
28. Keegan requires 32.
Apart from missing with 3 darts. Double 4 for Keegan.
Game shot on the
That's
third.
a very nice dart.
Keegan Brown.
He won't be feeling chipper about the fact that he's taken a 2-1 lead. He'll be feeling relieved.
Fullback, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
He is single-handedly the best thing that's ever come from the Isle of Wight in darts.
41.
Other players do play it. It's a very small island. Beautiful island too. Famous for many different things,
134.
including tomatoes. If this is something that you're curious about,
100.
the Isle of Wight in the United Kingdom provide the best tomatoes of anywhere. They are stunning.
I'm going to throw
60.
back a comment. How do you know this stuff? Like,
I've been to the tomato farm with him. They also have a garlic farm there too, with all different types of garlic.
60.
Smoked, black garlic, all different types of that stuff. So vampires need not apply.
140.
But they have so many different types of brilliant tomato, including heirlooms and different cherries and things like that.
60.
If you see an Isle of Wight tomato salad on a menu, just order it.
$43.
well, everywhere's got to be known for something, haven't they? In the Isle of Wight, for tomatoes.
140.
And the needles.
Keegan number 124.
Which is a monument. This is a shot. At least it was, to take a 3-1 lead.
44.
He might still get it if Sorenson still can't get that ton plus checkout. He's got one eventually, and it brings this game level after 4. And what is Denmark famous for?
Game on.
Apart from bacon. Lego.
$99.
Here's something that you may be able to answer, actually. Something that I'm sure will resonate with a lot of our viewers.
83.
And it's still on the theme of tomatoes. I actually don't like tomatoes, but I love tomato sauce.
81.
A lot of people are in that boat because tomato ketchup, as it's known, is full of lots of other stuff
83.
like sugar and salt. All of the things that we're taught not to have.
Well, that'll explain
57.
the love of tomato sauce.
Do you know why so many people like HP sauce? Do you know what
60.
the predominant flavour is in HP sauce?
Tomato.
Tamarind, which you would find in Asian cooking.
56.
You know what it stands for, HP?
Hungry people.
Houses of Parliament.
60.
If you look at the bottle, it's actually got Houses of Parliament on the sticker.
I think hungry people would have been better fitted.
But there's another fallout for Keegan. It's starting to annoy him now.
114.
You might start to see him move around the board, cricket style, a bit more over the course of this game and the day. Because if he goes
100.
the
Kicking
20s, 18s, 19s a bit more, he can almost eliminate those fallouts. Look at this. Oh, clean as a whistle.
Fifth leg. Keegan Brown.
Knocks out leg number 5.
Six figures,
With a haymaker punch. That was wonderful from Brown. He didn't go for the deflection tops. He went for the 2 clean shots. It was wonderful.
But he downed his whole glass of water after that as well. Do you see that? He's got to hope this doesn't go to a deciding leg.
This is where he needs Bobby Boucher. We talked about that yesterday.
60.
That must have been some quality H2O.
Thirsty work.
100.
Tell you what, he may be in category here of giving Rob Cross a run for his money because he goes through a lot of water in a game.
93.
Yeah, Rob Cross drinks water like a camel. I should say more like an elephant.
100.
Up the trunk, in it goes, never to be seen again.
134.
That tops finish has given Brown a bit of confidence. He might just be about to do the double over Tony.
41.
I suppose for Keegan, even if he's not got realistic designs on winning this group, it would be a big benefit for him to be in that Group B campaign.
84.
Or would it, considering the commutes across the water?
Yeah, I don't think he'd be able to go home at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
60. Keegan Everett 130.
I'll give you the details of who's in Group B in the next match. This one might be about to end. It's great from Brown. 2 clinical
Keegan
finishes
Brown.
at the end of that one to get the 4-2 victory. The 94 with 2 double tops. Wonderfully done. And then he finds something numerically just a little bit better. The 130. That's his biggest finish of the week. And the double over Sorenson gives him another 2 points ahead of round 3. A fine climax to that last match where Keegan Brown took out 94 and 130 to get the better of Tony Sorenson. But so far today, some very tumultuous stuff. But it is again, just like yesterday, Derek Coulson who gets 2 wins from 2 in the first 2 rounds of play. And that does reflect in our table because he finds himself sitting atop the table over Harrysson and West, having that 2-point advantage. And one of the critical things as well, because of the win against Harrysson, he has equalised the leg difference. So that advantage for the Swede has gone for now. Interesting times ahead as we go into the middle round of our schedule in this entire group. It will be Worsley against Coulson right here to see if Derek can elongate his lead to 4 points to create even more havoc for the likes of West and Harrysson. As for John Worsley today, started with a win and played pretty well against Tony Sorenson. But merely 2 games later, he was drilled into the ground by Steve West, who put in his best winning performance of the week. So this would be a nice time to respond for John, not just for himself, but maybe to cause Derek some problems.
I think the ominous sign here, though, is the fact that Derek Coulson is playing at the start of today like he did at the back end of yesterday, which just goes in line with that information you had, that communication yesterday suggesting that Derek Coulson will just need a couple of games to get himself going after a busy week of golfing and a little bit of tension on the knees.
First leg against John to throw first. Game on.
I think the problem is when Derek Coulson was struggling at the start of the day yesterday, players didn't take advantage. Steve West and Tony Sorenson both lost to a very underperforming Derek Coulson. And since then, has sort of been mid-90 plus
58
for his last 5 matches.
And if we're being very fair to Derek, that's the kind of stuff we get from him more often than not.
131.
For someone to have that reputation of being a 95 average player, that's pretty big, because that's what we used to say about multiple series champions.
140.
Multiple weekly champions. There are players who have great reputations here, and they don't have the reputation that Derek has. At which point do we start putting him
100.
in the best 12 players that have ever played here? Maybe if he wins that 3rd weekly title this week, we would have to.
$58.
Let's face it, Rhys Robinson's got 3 titles, and he lost in a final in this series. Jimmy Van Ski's got 4. Neil Duff's got a bucket full, as has Harrysson and West.
60.
John's got 1. He'd like to make it 2.
87.
There are people in this series who have made it 2 weekly titles. Graham Usher did it after a 3-year gap. Andy Hamilton did it after about a 3-month gap.
174. John, 150.
Here we go again. Coulson leaving himself well placed on double 18. Worsley might have different ideas.
Part of me was thinking he may go for something that would look flashy there, the treble 16 for the ball, purely because that dart's just sort of kicked across and made it awkward. Did try to go to the
84.
sort of left-hand side of the bed, try and squeeze it into the corner. But on that occasion, maybe the tricky shot would have been the way.
Game shot on the first.
That's the way
leg.
to do that.
Derek Coulson.
The amount of darts that
Second
he
leg is
needed
Derek to throw first.
to win his first 2 games yesterday at double was 47. To win his first 2 games today, he needed 32 darts less than that.
85.
Yes, 15 darts at double got him 4 points going into round 3. Yesterday, it was 47.
81.
I'd like to use the phrase marked improvement, but it just doesn't seem fitting. If Derek was this good 20 years ago,
180.
it really does tell you something that maybe he's missed his window to be a top-class player in the PDC World Rankings.
140.
Because he is the epitome of finding his best darts over the age of 50.
I think what he is the poster boy, isn't he? He's the example,
50.
the story for those players that are out there that just never travelled, never had the means to or the desire to, and that now get that platform to do so. And he's going to be an inspiration to many people out there who are like, well, I can
95.
do that. And they've not actually gone and done it. Coulson showing that actually age isn't a barrier. You can still go and do this.
138.
He is playing beautifully in this game.
$41. Derek, your request.
This is only the end of leg 2, and John Worsley is trailing massively.
Game shot on the second.
Coulson
Derek Coulson.
is in that zone of, yeah, everything's going to get hit here.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game.
We just don't know how high this average could be. There are players who have put in massive numbers here, and it hasn't been a surprise. Harryson's had a 117.
140.
Connor Scott's had a 120, and Daryl Pilgrim's had a 122. I wonder what kind of ceiling Coulson's got for a best of 7 game.
91.
I can envisage him getting to 115.
You might do it here. 109 going into the back end of the game. But you do feel that those big monstrous
81.
averages tend to have a leg where the opponent wins it and you just have a big scoring leg.
$140.
Now, the best he can do from this position is to have 2 more visits for a 12.
100.
But to take out 270 in 5 or 6, that would be some effort. But the way he's playing, you wouldn't be surprised.
The way he's playing, it looks very likely.
120.
Oh, until now, a very, very harsh bounce out. That does mean he now needs 2 trebles to get a dart at the double, rather than even a single 20 there would have put him in a good position.
He does tend to get more reactions like that off the flights
140.
with these ones
Derek, you're at
compared to the
150.
other flights that he used yesterday. This would be some way to get a 3-0 lead. You can look now, John. He's actually missed something.
118. John requires.
And John can't miss this. Otherwise, he will be 3-0 down. Double 5.
Game shot.
That is a lovely dart. It might not have gone in straight, but it went in. And that's the main thing.
But they're the
Well,
legs
it's
I'm
Derek to
talking
throw
about when
first.
you're
Game.
going to have one of those big averages. Because the average has gone up there for Coulson. 12 darts, all scoring darts. Just gives you that little booster on the points. But I've seen Derek Coulson a few
100.
times here now at the Super Series. I believe I was here the week he made his debut. And dare I say that he's still improving. He's still getting better.
100.
Let's face it, the first week that he came here, if he was a stock, you would have bought it. We knew of his reputation before he
100.
even came here. But by the time he came here the second time, we all knew. And you wouldn't have sold that stock that week. You would have held on to it.
54.
I can't imagine anybody in a financial sense wanting to take a shorting position on Derek Coulson. If anything, they want to buy more.
60.
If you could buy stock in a dart player right now based on talent here at the Modus Super Series, who would you buy?
132.
Good question. I mean, Andreas Harrysson is in this group. Coming up
81.
next would be very high on the list. However, does he have longevity now he's hitting his latter years? Surely if you're getting stock, you want one of the younger players, someone who's got... Oh, easy answer. Easy answer, actually. I thought it was a tough question,
70.
and now it's not.
Derek,
Bo
you require
Greaves.
160.
I go for Jimmy Van Scaife. He's going to leave this very handy.
100.
That's
You
pretty
only require
handy.
145.
This would be better than handy. Is this going to be another one of those games
59. Derek, you
where
require
Worsley
60.
averages well and loses? This exchange might tell us a little bit more. Look at that for a marker. Oh,
And
it's
shot number 4
beautiful.
flag. Derek Coulson. Fifth flag gets John to throw first.
He's not a red
Game.
carpet dart player, is Derek. He likes to go up the steps. He likes his darts to do the talking. But every now and again, he convinces everybody on this planet that he is a world-class player. And doing things like that, that's impressive.
That's going beyond thinking. That's not
134.
just thinking and worrying about dart 1. That is going, how is this going to affect the second dart? How can I make tops an easier target for myself? He opened the day with an average of 104.49.
180.
He looks likely to be stepping it up even more here.
He's got 6 maximums for the day.
140.
Yesterday, he had 6 all day long. This is only the halfway point. He is trending in a very different direction on Tuesday.
He's bringing the best out of John Worsley as well. A real battle emerging here, but when someone's laying down their best
180.
against you, it tends to be that it's easier to dig out shots and legs like this. The 9 is on.
Well, he's got the haircut. He's got the skill. And if he hits this 9 darter, we'll call him Derek Van Coulson.
100. Derek, you require 141.
Derek hasn't hit a 9 darter in Portsmouth yet. That'll have to wait. And Worsley can actually win the leg now.
40. John,
Surprised he
require
used the middle of the board
127.
there with that last start. 25 and ball would have given him better options.
Worsley doesn't get to the bull. Looks like he didn't bring his towel again either.
99.
That's a
Derek, you
masterful
require
last start.
101.
But that could be the last one he throws in this game. This is for the biggest checkout of the game by 41 points.
85. John, you require
If he'd hit that
28.
32 bed, that average would have been monstrous. He's going to
And
have to
John, the
wait a
fifth
little bit
lad.
longer
John Worsley.
to try and get this one finished because Worsley is scrapping
Fifth flag
well.
is Derek to throw first. Game on.
Somebody get that man a towel. Even though the temperature's gone down by about 10 degrees in the last couple of days, it's still very warm down there.
125.
I've still not completely dried out yet, so for me it's still quite cold here today.
I just want to see a towel thrown from the balcony to land on the stage, and it has a little note on it saying,
125.
There you go, John.
Really responding well here, Worsley, though, isn't he? In the last couple of legs, put just over 10 points on his average, now up to a fraction of
96.
96. And climbing.
99.
here's something that a lot of people might not
60.
know about John Worsley. outside of the Modus Super Series, he's only averaged 100 once in a win.
180.
He's getting a little bit closer to that here. At one point, we were thinking that Derek was going to finish this game with a 9-darter.
197.
This game might have a 7th leg. Now, what's he want to do here? He's forgotten about the double 19. And yet again, on the 18s, he's delivered a dart that is too short.
$61.
Will Coulson finish the job this time? Couldn't hit the 101 to win by 4 legs to 1. It's tops. And he does win by 4 legs to 2.
Derek Coulson.
It is even better than his first game of the day, and Derek Coulson has got rid of the ring rust and is polishing off these players with stunning stuff. 106.92 is one of the best performances he's ever had. 120 to finish it, and he's at top of the table by 4 points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrysson. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrysson.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
We've reached the halfway point at the Live Lounge on Tuesday and in this group in its entirety. Andreas Harrysson will now take on Keegan Brown in game number 8 of Tuesday. And there is distance at the top of the table all of a sudden, and it's not the Swede who is dictating the pace, because Derek Coulson today has been unbelievable and yet believable. Because we can believe that he's averaged over 104 twice and that he's won all 3 games that he's played here today.
First leg against Andreas.
So can he be caught?
Game on.
By the end of the day, improbable. By the end of the group, maybe. But the likes of West and Harrysson have got a very
46.
tough job on their hands, the way that Derek is playing. Isn't that right, Matt?
Oh, absolutely. The preview was all about Andreas Harrysson potentially being the player that they have to chase. Well, it's all changed. Andreas
93.
Harrysson is now doing some chasing. And this is a much-needed win for him. Because Coulson's already been into bat in this innings. In this lap of fixtures. So he could start to lose a bit of ground here. Andreas Harrysson, if Keegan Brown can go back-to-back in the victory column.
84.
And didn't he finish his last game brilliantly? With those 2 flashy finishes of 130 and 94. Nice to see that from Keegan. He's got a lot in his arsenal. And darts maybe isn't as easy for him as it once was. But don't underestimate just how
124.
deep he can dig. Very clever young man is Keegan.
60.
If you want to sit and talk to a dart player about politics, Keegan Brown's your guy. He's worked for the National Health Service for a lot of his life.
100.
Looking to leave double 12. And does.
171.
Oh, that was a bit of an unnecessary 171, wasn't it, Andreas?
90.
It was very necessary.
Required 24.
There's a reason why I said that.
Game
Look
shot
at
the
that.
first leg.
Beautifully done.
Andreas Harrysson.
After Series 7 was won by the Swede,
Second
he
leg,
came
it's Keegan
back
to
in
throw
Series
first.
8 to
Game
defend his title, and we interviewed him on a Monday morning. And we reviewed what happened at the end of Series 7. And he remarked
57.
that Cam Crabtree's 171, just like that on the treble 19s, to leave double 4 for Cam, he said it was unnecessary. And it meant that he had to hit the 121
60.
on the bullseye to win the title.
$86.
Do you think this is a series we see someone do what Luke Littler did and pick up 2 titles here at the Super
100.
Series? Or are we going to be waiting a long time before someone picks up 2 series titles? Because the competition is so tight, isn't it? It's so competitive.
177.
To answer your question, I think we might be waiting a while.
60.
When Littler took Series 3 and 4, at that point, he's won half of the titles. Since then, a different winner every time.
81.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're absolutely bang on with that. I think we'll be waiting some time before we see someone pick up a
100.
second
You're
title.
gonna require
Well,
100.
Labanauskas hasn't even been back since. And neither's Raymond Smith. That was a somewhat cautious effort at tops. But you're never comfortable when Harryson's around. Even when you're sitting on tops.
39. You're going to require 40.
Might be feeling a bit more comfortable in a sec.
No score.
Not just yet.
Andreas, you require 142.
Oh, that's perfect. But he doesn't catch the flight, and it doesn't catch into the
82. You're
51.
going to require 40.
That's what he was attempting. Double five.
Game shot on the second.
Well, Keegan
leg.
was very uncomfortable on that
Brown.
double five, but he finds it anyway. That's a beautiful shot.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Do you like the nickname of Andreas Harrysson?
I think it's one of those that sometimes you may need to
140.
explain in certain situations. I think when you know the full story, it makes sense.
180.
But, you know, someone says, oh, what's your nickname? But that's dirty. It probably need a little bit more substance. We used to have someone we called Filthy in our local team, but his name was Richard. And once his missus turned up to watch, and he's, good arts, Filthy. And she was like, why do they call you Filthy? Like, do they think you don't wash? It's like, there's a bit of explaining to be done here.
I bet there was. Maybe that was his pet name.
100.
How was your day, Filthy? Would you like some more tea, Filthy? You're looking a bit filthy.
119.
And tone's very important with that, isn't it, as well? You can't say, would you like some more tea, Filthy?
60. Keegan require 142.
Yeah, that was a bit sinister.
$60. Andreas, you require 141.
Well, Harrison's got form on this number. He's going to go 45. He's going to go 36.
123.
Not quite.
Keegan require 82.
What a chance for Brown. Interesting. Well, now the 54's blocked. He's thinking 42. You might be
38.
interested to know why he went 18s on 82.
80.
He's thinking of leaving double 14.
No score.
Harrison can't find double 9, so Brown has got his pick.
It's all unravelling here, isn't it, for Andreas Harrison?
$28.
Or is it?
Andreas, you require 18.
Strikes me as a perseverance kind of guy. He's not going to shy away from a challenge.
Game shot.
Perseverance pays off.
Andreas Harrison. Fourth leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
If I were to give him a nickname, it would be The Fault. Because you know about the fault line down on the west coast of America? The San Andreas Fault?
77.
Part of me thought you said default. And I just pictured like a person in a green morph suit. Remember the old wrestling games, Default?
140.
Well, Default is a good name because his normal default game is usually
59.
sparkling compared to some other players. It's nice to see his dart shirt today. He's playing the Swedish version of Blockbusters. And that is a blockbuster shot.
180. $95.
There's a program I forgot about, Blockbusters. Yeah, I remember it now, but I don't remember how it was played.
Well, depending on what he does here, let's play it.
145.
You've played really well today. What would you like next? I'll have a double 18, please, Bob.
Well, he tried a 10-darter
60,
earlier on,
Andreas
didn't he?
Maguire,
Wanted to match the
36.
best leg of the week, currently held by John Worsley. Went for the bullseye. This, much more conventional, is not going to join the 10-dart club.
22.
He's not going to win the leg as of yet.
It's just a bit ragged. And that is us very much nitpicking his game because he was on a double after 9.
97. Andreas require 14.
But you don't want to be on 14. And he isn't for very long.
On the fourth leg.
He wasn't even sure if it was in.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. 83. $96.
If you're going to pick an opponent for Andreas at Ali Pali this year, who would you want him to play?
140.
This place is going to have to be outside the top 32 in the world.
So
58.
Andreas would be going in from the right side, so he'd be playing someone from the top 40, wouldn't he? Or the top ranked players of the...
Oh, he would, wouldn't he? Yeah,
Pro
of course he
Tour.
would, yeah. I'm thinking about the old way of doing it.
140.
I mean, it's hard to pick one in there who would be a specific one he'd
40.
want to draw,
Andreas
but I can tell you they don't want to
138.
draw him.
No, they don't. Not when he's doing things like this. 74 scored.
81.
He had a bit of an error there. That's one of the problems with going for 138 backwards, the way he did. Because if you get the first treble but not the second,
97.
you're still a treble away from a double.
Andreas, you require 57.
It isn't a problem, though, because he's on tops.
37.
Double 10 is not found this time. Yesterday on 10s, he was dynamite. I think Keegan
40.
can sense that this one
Andreas, you require 20.
is slipping away. It hasn't slipped away
Keegan, you
down
require
the river just
170.
yet. Brown's got an out. But he knows with that lie that missing the dart short
140. Andreas, you require 4.
will feel very painful, especially when you get the dart number 3 in. Dart number 2 goes in for Harrysson, who gets the 4-1 victory. Much needed because he's trying to keep pace with Coulson. That's all he could have done. He's now got a better leg difference than Coulson, but he's still 2 points behind. And in the scruffy games, he always seems to find a way. And with 17 darts at a double, he finds a 4-1 victory. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and we've only got one more game to go in round 3 on Tuesday. It will be between 6th placed Sorenson. Don't say that too many times quickly. Against Steve West, who has been occupying 3rd position predominantly in this group. But if he wants to keep pace with the likes of Harrysson and Coulson, he needs to keep winning.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
In the previous round, he did win a fabulous 4-1 victory against Worsley, where he averaged nearly 100. A little bit more of that,
100.
and he will feel very confident of getting himself on to 10 points.
It's that first start that's going so well for Steve West right now.
140.
Middle part of the treble stood up nicely. It was going well for him before, and he started in the same vein here against Sorenson.
26.
And that's just what Sorenson's prone to, isn't it? Just launching the body into the shot, and when he does so, he's just going to change that release point, and ultimately, darts are going to start going left and right.
Well, this is what you and I, as darts coaches, we tell people. It's the arm that throws the dart, the body shouldn't. If you look at one of those old
55.
catapults they used to use about 1,000 years ago, you'd see one part of it projecting whatever it was they were projecting.
100.
Usually it was some very smelly stuff on fire. That's what they used to use. But the arm would project it,
100.
and the stability part wouldn't move. Because everybody, as part of the army, would actually be trying to keep it still.
138.
Look how still West is when he throws compared to Sorenson.
81.
The thing that accentuates that is the fact that he's travelling on dart 3 as well.
Tony Racona.
Might be travelling in the right direction here if he can find himself something with a flake in it. Not even sure if they like them in Denmark, but he likes that.
Tony Sorenson. Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I'm really happy when the cameras go to Tony at the end of a leg like that. He's looking around, not blinking. It looks like he's trying to cross the M25 blindfolded.
$100. $97. $61.
You mentioned, Matt, that the first start of West has been going well. What are your thoughts on when it doesn't? Because he tends to stay upstairs.
I think it depends where it goes. Is it high? Is it low? I mean, that's perfect. That's inviting.
100.
You see where it goes low. It just blocks up that side of the bed. You hear the clattering of the material when he tries going for the right-hand side of the treble.
100.
So the other question is,
140.
should he switch more? Don't switch here. Double 12. Don't switch
on the second
off.
leg.
That
Steve
is
West.
going to light up any dartboard.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
That's how to cure what ails you in leg 1. But should he switch more in the scoring stakes?
I think it all depends, like you say, high or low darts. He ideally wants it to be above the treble. That is fine. Doesn't need to switch there. That is perfect. That is where questions get raised.
60.
Again, you just saw the movement of the second dart as he tried to get it in. Just blocks things up, especially now using a very rigid moulded system.
60.
By the way, I've got something just for you, Matthew Edgar.
Is it a Power Ranger?
It's a 180.
135.
Oh, I nearly lined it up perfectly. Anyway, it is this. We love a bit of an AI mashup, don't we? We've had Conan the Barbecue and Rafty Coxey. How about Weave West?
81.
So that's a picture of Steve West sitting at a loom. Like a picture from 400 years ago. Steve West is weaving something. Could be it. His next dart shirt.
What about Stevie
100.
Just a pile of sugar.
This is sweet.
145.
He didn't want to get the bullseye there because he's sweet enough.
100. Steve, you require 65.
Double top. When he's playing well,
Steve
it
West.
is so good to watch.
Four-flagged Steve to throw first. Game on.
I don't think people realise just how good Steve West can be. He came into this week with very little practice. He had enough.
140.
But I think he's got to the stage of life where he realises if he's going to do a full week here, he's got to have reserves.
60.
And it is looking likely, though, it's going to be a full week, isn't it? At the moment, just sort of trying to cling on to the pace that is set by Derek Coulson, but obviously Andreas Harrysson also in that mix. He does play Coulson in the last game, though, today, Steve West, so that one's still in his hands to keep tabs with the player at the top of the table. And all Steve West is going to want going into the final day tomorrow is a bit of hope, a bit of an opportunity to feel like he can still win that group. Just dangle that carrot for him.
Oh, call me crazy, but there's a little slice of me would like to see Kevin Painter versus Steve West later in the week. Because those two go way back. The people who find themselves in the bottom 3
105.
of this group after tomorrow are going to be up against Robbie Long, Scott Baker, and the daddy Barry Copeland will be back.
180. Steve, you require 100.
Double top.
Game shot on the four flag.
You haven't won yet, Steve. Go and get those darts and keep playing. This isn't the 1990s in the BDO.
Throw first.
We're not playing best of 5.
Game on.
Little bit of levity for Westy there. He's even got time to polish his own shoes. I thought he was going to turn around and say, "Did you see what I just did?" He is playing well, though.
121.
Really well. He might even better his previous performance.
Maybe it was just a premonition.
100.
Trying to tell me that Steve is going to open up a newspaper column to tell us all our future. He can do premonitions,
70.
he can do 180s, 100 checkouts, win weeks. But much like Rocky 3, I think Steve West is
60.
predicting something for Sorenson, and that is nothing but pain.
$77.
Yeah, Denmark's had some famous fighters over the years. They're one of the best super middleweights in the world. About 20 years ago, Mikael Kessler.
100.
A famous fight with Joe Calzaghe.
What's really interesting, though,
85.
about this from Steve West is potentially it's his performance of the day, but he's not found the maximum.
Well. Sorenson's found another tongue plus checkout.
20 Sorenson.
Didn't get any yesterday, now he's got a couple.
Sick flag gets Steve to throw first.
The reason I point that out for Steve West is in his first couple of games, he's found 3 maximums in both of them. 6 180s in his first 2 games. Hold on.
140.
He's in a bit of a game here. If anybody has been
100.
drawn into contests this week when he's played well, it's Steve. Harryson's done him twice.
125.
So maybe it's something about the Scandinavians against Steve this week. Because nothing is coming easy.
100.
He thought the game was finished.
58.
It's not finished yet.
Game really balancing, you feel, on what Sorenson can do here. He needs to get himself down to a finish.
100.
Likely after finding a trouble with the opening dart. But it's a big advantage now for Steve West. Or it was.
44.
It's speculative right now. He's still favourite to win this game. But it's not by much.
60. Steve, you require 134.
He's done a really good
94.
job there.
Tony require 141.
Forcing Sorenson into another tumpless checker, which he's not going to find.
83. Steve, you require 40.
This is his best weapon when he's playing well. He didn't need his other weapon, and he feels like he's won that game twice. He has played very nice, but it wasn't as nice as the previous one. There's a lot of smiles on the stage because Steve thought he'd won in 4 legs. He's actually won in 6. He has a little bit of a word with the referee about the end of the match, but he's glad that it's the end of the match now because he walks away with 2 points after that 4-2 victory where he really did play very impressively.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrysson. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrysson.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He
in this table. John Worsley was not able to take out Derek Coulson, and not many people would have, because Derek averaged nearly 107 in that game. Harrysson was too hot for Keegan Brown, and just now Steve West won the game. He thought he had done so after 4 legs, but he ended up doing it after 6 legs. But he's on 10 points now, still in pursuit of the top 2, who are marginally ahead of him. But if Andreas Harrysson next against John Worsley takes the 2 points, it means that West has got a 4-point gap between himself and the top 2, with minimal games to go, especially today. Coulson will follow against Sorenson, and Brown will play West in game 12. So West will be back in the practice room right now, and he can't do anything but wait to see if Worsley and Sorenson can do him a big favour. As for Harrysson today, it's been a little bit up and down. A low 80s average a couple of times. They were both for wins, but the one time he averaged in the 90s, he would lose to the leader Coulson.
Game on.
That is the most significant result of the day so far.
I feel like these are the sort of games where we may be referencing come this time tomorrow. If Andreas Harrisson's still in the running, this is going to be why.
180.
Can't afford to lose any more ground, and especially with all things considered and with the utmost respect, Tony Sorenson at the bottom of the table has only picked up 1 victory so far, so you'd make Derek Coulson a massive favourite to beat Sorenson, especially considering he had the throw.
One thing that really should come into this one is the fact that Worsley did beat Harrysson yesterday. It was by 4 legs to 3. It was a close fought battle.
40.
Harrysson might not say so out loud, but he'll remember that and he'll want to put it right.
92.
Some people say that the best darts you throw
100.
might come in your 40s.
Andreas, you require 170.
Maybe even your 50s. And that could be very encouraging to John Worsley, because he's 40 now. And Harrysson didn't even get on our radar until he was about 44.
$123. Andreas, you require 36.
Harrisson's on one of his favourite doubles.
Game shot on the first
That
leg.
is very favourable.
Andreas Harrysson.
Took him a little bit of time to take care of double 9 in his previous match, but this
Second
time,
leg, it's John to throw
just the
first.
2 darts to
Game.
take that leg.
$121.
What do you make of this throw, Matt? Very compact, very uncomplicated, but no full extension of the arm. It's very much a prod,
100.
isn't it?
Very much so, with the wrist not really coming over, is it? It's going through, which means the fingers are going to flick. Not really much of a drawback in there either,
95.
which just causes more action to be on that push side. Very stabby, isn't it, in regards to that drawback? Which means he's pretty
140.
much starting the motion from not far off the traditional release point.
As for his setup with those slim kite flights, that tapering dart in the
55.
short stem, it's very unusual. There can't be many dart players in the world who throw a setup like this. It is quintessentially Andreas.
55.
Maybe Phil Taylor at one point might have thrown something similar to this. But that's the best I can think of. The stuff that John's using is very conventional. Straight barrel,
140.
uniform grip pattern. It's really important that you go out and buy equipment that works for you, not just because of someone's name on
71.
it.
John, you require 90.
Doesn't work, and Harryson's going to get a look at the 135. If he hits the 25,
50. Andreas,
I
you
think he
require
wants it to be
135.
underneath and to the right. Not there.
$48. John, you require 40.
He has to go right. His darts flatten out. Needs to avoid that flight.
30. Andreas,
What he
you
might be
require
avoiding here
87.
is winning the leg.
These are the sort of shots yesterday that Andreas Harrysson was polishing up, which is why we gave him that ultimate
Game
compliment.
show
And
the
once
second
again,
leg. Andreas
starting to take
Harrysson.
out those sort of shots, which is what's gave him the control
leg,
on the
it's
group
Andreas
yesterday.
to
He's
take
lost
first.
that today to Derek Coulson. Needs wins, needs big wins, because he's also lost that big legs difference that he had at the start of the day.
140.
Well, I'm not going to call that shot dirty, and I'm not going to call him dirty because that shot was more like a seagull. John Worsley left chips on the ground, and the seagull came up and said, I'll have them.
99.
Well, you don't always have to leave them on the ground. I'll tell you a true story very quickly. I went up to Blackpool recently to do some filming, ready for the upcoming World Match Play that's coming next week. The second
140.
biggest ranking event in the world of darts. And there was a child walking down the seafront. Seagull come and took the hot dog out of a hand. Gotta
59.
watch those seagulls.
I can sympathise. I was in Brighton once, and a seagull stole my smoked mackerel sandwich. Still looking for that seagull.
140.
Gonna find it one day. Look it dead in the eye and say, you took my smoked mackerel sandwich.
100.
He's obviously going to say it was his. He'd just say mine. He's not putting a foot wrong.
Game show.
Not at all. That's a 12 darter from Harrysson.
Andreas Harrysson.
That wasn't like a seagull.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw
That was
first.
always
Okay.
his. Yet again, averaging over 102. This is very similar to what he did in his first game of the group.
Yeah, we do see sights very differently, don't we? But I'm a bag of greasy chips and a hot dog. You
121.
got your smoked mackerel sandwich.
I don't mind a bit of greasy chip
Sick.
action.
Bet you don't go to the £1 burger, man, next week.
You actually invited me to go there with you once.
Yeah, you didn't go though, did you?
Yeah, we didn't do it. We'll have to do it sometime.
140.
I've seen Mensa Sulevic in black trousers, black jacket, having a 99 on Blackpool Promenade.
140.
There's an image nobody can take away from me. A bit like the image of Andreas Harrysson lifting the trophy.
115.
He's within
167.
3 darts of winning this game with another 12 darter. He has been too good for John Worsley to this point.
51.
He might even finish it with
Reg
2 more
require
bulls
125.
for a 3-bull leg. He's going to go 15s. How about 2 bulls?
100. John,
So-
you require 116.
so close. Great dart. Double 18 for Worsley.
Game
Got to
shot
give him
the
stacks of
fourth
credit for that. He doesn't hit it,
John
he's going to
Worsley.
lose.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
John is a hard-working dart player. And boys, he just proven that.
The extra leg, though, gives Andreas Harrysson the chance now to have
100.
performance of the day. Currently, that goes away with Derek Coulson. That was against John Worsley in the last game, 106.92. He must be wondering what he's done wrong. Because Andreas Harrysson averaging
99.
just a shy under 106. And that is what Worsley's had to face for the last 2 matches.
Maybe those guys who are follically challenged like to play against Wombles.
140.
That is his nickname after all, the Womble. It's one of the more peculiar nicknames in the sport.
78.
Don't think he's ever even been to Wimbledon.
$57.
You ever noticed how Andreas Harrysson looks like Merlin from Shrek the Third? Voiced by Eric Idle.
100.
I think it was Shrek the Third. Might have been the one after that.
95.
But he's playing like a magician.
Bit of defiance in the last from Worsley.
100.
And again, the last
Rachel
start
Maguire,
just
109.
keeps him interested. But this could be for the match.
We are all very interested to see what happens here.
93. John Require
It's a
124.
match start missed. Does Worsley hang on again? Bullseye to cling on.
99.
Bilerba
Andreas
as they say in
60.
Klingon. Thumbs down.
Game
Thumbs up for Harrysson.
shot in the match.
That is one of the best performances he's going to have this
Harrysson.
week. He's got levels. 103 plus for Harrysson there. Played so well to try and keep tabs on Derek Coulson. He's done all he can. He wins by 3 legs, getting the 4-1 victory. And now it's over to Coulson, who plays Sorenson to keep his gap a little bit wider.
Well, when I was 16, I just went to the pub like almost every day to practice there for a couple of hours and then go back home. My mom really supported me.
He might finish this off. Not just the game, but the group.
It's double eight. And Jemai Bandon hit it.
It was unreal. Like, obviously, I wanted to play good players on a day and see if I can beat them, which happened. I was just lost for words.
Just another carb off the Dutch rank, because that young man, who was very impressive here a little bit earlier in the series, you can actually tune in to see his tungsten talk with myself after the live darts is finished today. A very impressive young man who is only just beginning in his quest for success. A challenge tour winner. Wasn't able to get the victory a little bit earlier on in week 4 because it was Shane McGurk who won week 4 against Kurt Parry that week. But on Pluto TV, it's not just the live darts. As we've mentioned, we do have our Tungsten Talk series and a lot of other features as well. So when the live action is finished in around an hour and a half's time, stick around for some more content. But before we get to that, Derek Coulson has got a job to do, because he's now got some company on 14 points. And if he wants to get his place at the top of the table back with a little bit of a buffer in the leg difference, he's going to have to go a little bit crackers here against Tony Sorenson. Yesterday's game
Derek to throw first.
was very interesting to
Game
say
on.
the least, because Coulson could have easily lost that game. 7 match darts for Sorenson, all came and went, and Coulson stole it. But today, Matt, he has been quite simply breathtaking.
130.
Been the player of the day, hasn't he, so far? Yesterday it was Andreas Harrysson. Today, Coulson stepped it up. And I think that's one of the interesting things with this group. When we look at the quality of the group, when we look at the players that are here and the 3 days, it looks like it's going to come down to a Coulson, Andreas Harrysson sprint finish, with Steve West just on the horizon, ready to strike should things go wrong. But nothing's going wrong for Coulson today. And if he's to look at the table, see his opponent Sorenson that is up against bottom of it, only with 1 win. That came in game 5 yesterday against John Worsley. I think Coulson's going to come into this game full of confidence for 2 reasons. 1, because of his own brilliance, and 2, because he'll see some vulnerability in his opponent.
140.
Yeah, it seems like today is going the same way for Sorenson. Feels like he's played a little bit steadier today.
140.
But he's still waiting for
Derek,
points going into
87.
round 4. Might have to wait until round 5 when he takes on Andreas Harrysson. It doesn't get any easier. 88 for Derek.
71. $60. Derek, you require 60.
Derek's finishing today has been so much better than yesterday. He hasn't needed anywhere near as many darts at double as Monday. Even his misses have been closer.
Game shot on the first leg.
And it's a surprise there. It took him 3 darts to take that first leg, but he does.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first.
We have had a couple of communications in the break. Nice to hear from James Richardson that he's watching the Group A action live on Pluto TV. Hello, James.
100.
And also we've had a message from Carl Wilson, one of our ADC qualifiers, and gets a bit of an invite these days as well, because Carl's a seriously good competitor, asking for a little bit of advice.
40.
Albeit on the sly, Carl. Would it be possible to have some views on concentrating when your opponent is throwing? Over to you, Matt.
Well, I think the most important thing to remember is you can't
100.
control the game at that point in time. So you see Sorenson taking his darts out here. There's nothing you can do until he reapproaches the oche once again. So what he's got to do is he's got to make sure that the active mind, that conscious brain doesn't start kicking in.
100.
You see lots of different strategies, lots of different tactics that people will do during those period of times. I've heard Scott Mitchell talk about how he counts his steps in between
60.
the walk back. So this period of time, you may see people with different kind of flights, stems, that use them in a pre-arranged order in their hand. Not what they throw in, but while they're walking back, get them in that pre-arranged order. Another thing people can do is put dots on the barrels.
57.
And the idea is just to turn the barrels until you see the dots facing back. There's loads of different ways. But the main thing is to give yourself a task or an activity to fill up dead space.
140.
Because if you don't do it physically, you'll do it mentally.
Yeah, great advice. In short, Carl, and for everybody tuning in who would like that kind of advice, might want to read the book by Steve
100.
Peters called The Chimp
It's only
Paradox.
require 101.
And also check out something called anchoring. No, it's got nothing to do with ships.
69.
It's got everything to do with mental activity when under stress. I don't think Derek's going to feel too stressed about this situation.
94. It's only require 32.
He might just lose this second leg.
Game
He
shot
has
the
lost
second
it.
leg.
Fine,
Tony
fine.
Sorenson.
Like there from Tony.
Third leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
You can imagine it, can't you? He goes into a gangster flick and say, "Hey, Tony! I'm called Tony." Be a great comeback, wouldn't it?
100.
It's actually very close to the way that a lot of Southern European people would call for tuna. Tono.
60.
Don't ask me how I know that.
I wonder that about a lot of things, actually.
Looked at too many menus in my life.
93.
You ever been to Denmark, Matt?
Twice briefly. Once because I got
134.
transferred there and had to stay there overnight.
On the way to the Faroe Islands.
Faroe, yeah. The other one when I went to Sweden and purchased a very expensive taxi.
We got that story yesterday, so you've never purposefully been to
138.
Denmark.
Been there twice and never meant to, yeah. No, actually, I think we
100.
went when we was younger.
Derek, you require
because
170.
I think Legoland was over there.
That's where it's from. Now, how does he find this second treble? It was always going to be tricky because he preferred to stack the dart
118.
as opposed to powering it into the other one.
$140.
Tony really does throw his
Derek, you
body at
require
those
52.
shots. On that occasion, it worked really well. It's double 16 for Coulson to take the lead again.
Game shot on the third leg.
He doesn't
Derek
need
Coulson.
asking twice.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
If I remember it correctly, which I'm probably completely off the mark here, but Denmark was very popular for Savoy.
140.
I may be wrong.
Really?
Yes, Savoy. I think.
93.
I've strolled around the streets of Copenhagen, which are beautiful, by the way. And in the middle of summer, where it does get really hot,
60.
you're more likely to get a stall that serves pistachio ice cream, or you might go into a shaded restaurant for a herring sandwich.
60.
By the way, you've got to ask Andreas Harrysson later in the week about sustroming.
60.
If you look it up on the internet, it's not a pleasant thing, but in the Nordic countries, it's a bit of a delicacy and it doesn't smell very nice.
Yeah, I don't think I need that in my life. I'll be okay without that.
135.
Yeah, Magnus Karras told me about that years ago. He dared me to have it and I never did. He also had that same dare from Parianen,
140.
who is very prominent in Swedish darts. This Danish player is causing Derek a little bit of a headache.
140. Tony Rock 101.
Is that headache continuing? It most definitely is.
On the 4 flag.
This will be
Tony
music
Sorensen.
to the ears of Andreas Harrysson and Steve West.
Looks like it's Derek to throw first.
Because this is not coming easy for Derek, even though he's got the darts in this game.
That is the third tumblers checkout for Tony so far today. The 100, the 116 and the 101. Definitely signs of improvement there today, and it's clearly evident as well in the averages and the performance. This is a big step up, which makes you think, doesn't it? Where does the week end
60.
for Tony Sorensen? If he's getting better from day 1 to day 2, if we see the same type of progression tomorrow, then it makes him a very interesting campaigner for the Group C.
134.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Group C is going to be his destination. Scott Baker, Barry Copeland, Robbie Long.
100.
They will take on the bottom 3 from Group A at the end of tomorrow. As for positions 2 and 3, which is currently Coulson and West.
134.
We're talking about Kevin Edwards. By the way, has a great story to tell. His tungsten talk is a bit gripping. So watch out for that one on Pluto TV.
100.
Kevin Painter
198.
and Tommy Lishman's back. The man who likes to do a pirouette when he hits a 9-darter.
$39.
Well, that's a bad dart there from Derek. Maybe just a lack of concentration there on dart number 3. But he can put it right.
41. Derek, you're required 59.
Double top it is.
Game's
And
on the
3-2 it is as well.
Derek Coulson.
Hasn't been broken in this game, and if that remains the case, he will get the 2
Six player
points.
against Tony to throw first. Game on. $85.
We haven't had a Danish winner of a week here in Portsmouth yet. Benjamin Royce, when he was here, he did make the Saturday. Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
60.
He gave it a good crack when he was here. He's had a 9-darter hit against him. He
81.
really does play this game like a meerkat, doesn't he, Sorensen?
Just trying to think of players over the years from Denmark who would be the greatest player from Denmark. Would it be
140.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have to say Per Larsen. Great guy, nicknamed Peachy. You go for Per
100.
Scow. He was a good player in the 90s. Of course, the late Jan Hoffman. And
60.
the Nordic and Baltic Championship this year, which is a new initiative. They're going to have a Nordic and Baltic Championship trophy named after Jan Hoffman, which is a wonderful gesture.
65.
I am a massive fan of that, and I applaud whoever's made that happen. Because Jan was instrumental in not just Danish darts, but also Nordic and Baltic stuff. He was vastly important before he was very unwell. And he is very, very much missed.
121. Tony Rock 170.
Not what he wanted, but it might actually work out better for him. That's provided Sorensen doesn't find the biggest finish of the week. He's not going
80.
to.
Derek, you
Coulson.
require 120.
This is a nice shot for him. He loves tops, and the darts will stay out of the way.
And he had a 120 to kill his last match. He's not going to do it again.
60. Tony, require 90.
Feels like Derek is working just a little harder right now. He's going to have to work
Gage
very
on
hard
the
to get the 2
6
points.
Tony
Sorenson
Sorensen.
hasn't been broken either. And he's not going to be broken in this game.
It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
For the second consecutive day, Sorenson takes Coulson the distance. This has been a good game. The range of winning legs
60.
is 4. Highest 18, lowest 14. That's good.
Sorensen having the performance of the week here against Coulson, but in this situation, he has found himself just getting a little bit stuttery at times.
$57.
Oh, really lunging now, isn't he, Tony Sorensen?
100.
Throwing absolutely everything into the throw, into the dart, but he has a very slender lead after the opening 6.
Yeah, he's putting everything into these shots, a bit like Richie Burnett does. So word to the wise, if you're playing Tony Sorensen anytime soon, just steer clear.
140.
Just give him his space. Stay out of that exclusion zone.
$60.
You can see the movement, can't you, in the body, throwing everything, even the head, into all of these shots, which is just going to make him prominent to drag the dart low. So alert, isn't he? Leaning around the corner, trying to see. Gets really drawn into last leg shootouts.
Yeah, that's why I said in the previous leg he plays like a meerkat. Always wants to know what's happening.
85.
I call that ferreting.
Derek, you require
At the
144.
back of the stage, like trying to peer around.
He's on another ton plus check out to win.
120.
And that was super close. He doesn't get the Hollywood ending to round number 4.
60.
But it might be the
Derek, you
end
require
anyway.
24.
There will be a sequel in round 5. But as for right now, that is a perfect day
Derek Coulson.
for Derek Coulson. He's been tested again by Sorensen. But yet again, Derek had the answers. Every leg in that contest went with throw. And when the dust settles on that one, Derek's going to be very happy about the fact that he had the throw. He was able to use it. He gets the 4-3 win, and he's back in front.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrysson. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrysson!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We have one more game left in our 4th round of play today between two very familiar faces. Not just because they've been here the last couple of days, but they've been at the top of the game for well over the last 10. Keegan Brown is 10 years removed from his first PDC Pro title. He's got 2 of them. I'm sure Steve would love to have 2 pro wins in his CV. He was close on a few occasions. He's playing games with the referee.
First leg against Keegan to
It's all smiles right now.
Game on.
But it's back to business. Brown on 6 points in the table. He's staring a secondary group in the face already. As for West,
57.
another win here against Keegan, just like his victory of 4-2 yesterday, would keep him in touch, but he would still be 4 points
100.
behind Derek Coulson. But he's got Derek to play in the last game. That's the crucial aspect.
99.
So West can keep Derek at 16 points, and in doing so, could potentially take himself to 14.
60.
He can't do anything about Harrysson anymore. He's got Sorenson next. How do you see things going in the last 4 matches here, Matt?
29.
I think we're going to get a lot of shaping, aren't we, in regards to the destiny of this group. I think the players at the bottom end, certainly if Steve West is to win this game,
140.
Keegan Brown, John Worsley and Tony Sorenson might as well start plans for a Group C campaign, because I don't think that's going to be much of a conversation in
41.
who's going to go Group B and Group C, because a win for Steve West here will pull him 6 points clear of the bottom half of the table, which would give you your dream,
123.
the desired Steve West, Kevin Painter clash from the Group B evening sessions. But West can really keep himself in contention, not for this Group B C conversation, but actually for the Saturday, because he's been playing the darts that's going to rival the players at the top. Done that over the last couple of games, and he started this one exactly the same way. 15 darter there for Steve West to break the throw of Keegan Brown. But I do feel here West needs to win this quite strongly.
95.
When he left yesterday, Steve West was almost sucking on the Campari flavoured lollipop, which is a little bit bitter.
82.
But crucially, I think when he left yesterday, even though he was displeased with something at the end, the one thing he should have been focusing on was how well he played.
100.
He said to us yesterday morning that he wasn't even in that good a form. If this is not good form, what
99.
could he do? He's played well. And the only reason he's third is because Coulson and Harrysson have been explosive.
95.
Some of that also comes down to the lowering of expectations, doesn't it? When you come in, you're not really playing much. You've got nothing really to go on. It's all just, we'll see what happens, to the point where
59.
sort of a high 80s average. You go, oh, that's actually quite good considering I've come into this maybe not as prepared as I normally would. And with that, you can build confidence very, very
50.
quickly.
Steve has somewhat fortuitously left himself a finish there.
63. Steve, you've got
He's got
161.
2 visits to get a 2-0 lead. That treble 19 bet has not been kind to him the last couple of visits.
51.
He's having a Happy Gilmore leg here. He's just tapping it in.
44. Steve, you require 100.
Remember what we said yesterday, Steve? It's all in the hips. It's all in the hips.
70. Keegan, you require 154.
I'm not going to see that one chipped away. There are certain
94.
rules in this
Steve, you
game.
require 40.
When someone is playing well. And
Game
one of
shown
them
the
is don't
second
leave
leg.
Steve West on tops.
Steve West.
There was a time
Third leg, it's Keegan to throw
where
first.
everybody in the world was in full agreement. You could not, under any circumstances, leave Robert Thornton on tops. Because when he was on form,
100.
he could hit it off the lampshades. Steve West is the same.
85.
I think in recent times, the very best, and this might be a bit of personal bias, should I say, due to my own personal
97.
experiences and the amount of time I've spent with said person, but for me it'd be Ryan Searle. I've never seen anyone hit tops like him, certainly in practice.
100.
So if a meteor was coming to Earth and the only time you had to deflect it was to give 3 darts to a player currently in the top 24 in the world, and you had a choice of Gezi Price or Ryan Searle, you would pick Ryan Searle?
I'd pick Ryan, yeah. I mean, ideally I'd probably pick Littler on 10s.
140.
But I'd trust Ryan in that situation, yeah.
I don't think you can go far wrong with Ryan on tops.
99.
Steve isn't going too far wrong here. Averaging north of 90, just like he did against Keegan yesterday.
100.
Keegan needs something to happen. Might be this.
113. Steve, you've required
Did
76.
he go for 17s on 145? He just went for 51-34, didn't he?
Game shot.
He didn't hit it. West takes that. It's 3-0.
West.
I knew he had some
Well,
stuff in
it's
his
Steve
locker.
to
He
go
was trying to
first.
make
Game.
something happen there. That was different. 60, 51, 34. Even for Keegan Brown, that's different.
120.
Well, this wasn't just about the points for Steve West. This was about how he does it. Can he win this game strong? Get some good legs difference in his favour. And that double breaker throw now over
100.
Keegan Brown has put him in a very strong position for a potential 4-0. This would be massive at this time of day, especially because it's against the closest rival from the bottom half of the
6.
table. It's going to cause some clear separation if Steve can convert.
Absolutely. His leg difference is not a massive problem at this stage. He's on plus 10.
93.
Coulson's on plus 12. Harrysson plus 15. That's doable. Got to get the wins first.
134.
But when you get to 3-0 up, you are thinking nothing but job done without losing a leg.
138.
Keegan's done a wonderful job there of leaving a finish. Really creative. But the right thing to do.
100. Keegan, you require 100.
The right thing to do is to get it hit. Hit it.
120.
He could have. It was right on line. And
Keegan
West,
requires
without
84.
hesitation, is on 84 for the match. Bull.
59. Keegan, you require 47.
I bet that looked good on the air. How's this? Needs to go.
37.
Because it doesn't.
Steve, you require 25.
Keegan might be getting that sinking feeling. Double 12. That is a supreme performance from Steve West.
Steve West.
It's a 4-0 victory. The average is very healthy. The doubles were 4 from 7. The top 3 really are doubling supremely today. And with that performance, Steve West is still part of the conversation. But he still finds himself 4 points behind the top spot.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Like Matthew Edgar was saying before the break, we are starting to see a bit of separation between the top 3 and the bottom 3. And that round of play, the 4th on Tuesday, signifies that very much. Harrysson, Coulson and West, all with wins by different margins, result in a table that has a huge equator separating 3rd and 4th. West 6 points ahead of Brown now. It looks very likely that Brown, Worsley and Sorenson will be going to Group C over the course of Thursday and Friday. But West, Harrysson and Coulson are still vying for that top spot. But West has got a bit more to do than Harrysson, and Coulson is in the protective position. West and Coulson will go head-to-head in our last match. Worsley will take on Brown. So that will be 4th versus 5th next. But here, with all due respect to Sorenson, this game is all about Harrysson and what he does. If he wins again, he will go top of the table before Coulson and West do battle in game 15 of the day. It feels likely that Harrysson will get the win against this opponent. But the thing is, even though Harrysson beat Sorenson 4-0 yesterday, that was a very different time.
Game on.
And let's not forget as well that Sorenson did save his best for last yesterday, winning his final game against Worsley by 4-3. Can he do that again against a finer opponent here in this group right now, Matt Edgar?
Likelihood says no, but the performance of Tony in the last couple of games has been good. 82, 88, 88, that's significantly better than what we saw yesterday. Maybe someone he feels a little bit comfortable against, someone he may have seen on many occasions in Andreas Harrysson. But I did point out in the game before that the leg for the match before would really sort of separate the table. The legs column, I didn't think would be as drastic as it is. We're talking 26 legs
41.
between third, the top half of the table, and the fourth and the bottom half of the table. There's a clear chasm in quality this week between the top half and the bottom.
85.
It's a bit like the Premier League in football then. The bottom three weren't very good in the last season.
121.
Well, the top half
115.
were rather impressive. Interesting player. And of course he saves the bullseye for last.
139.
Gets the bullseye when he doesn't even want it.
100.
Why would you leave 39? That's a rhetorical question. No, it isn't. Why would you leave 39? Needs another one.
31.
Doesn't get it.
Andreas, you require.
So Harrysson finds himself on Desmond.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrysson. Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Such an uncomplicated guy with an uncomplicated throw. Just plays the game in an old school way.
140.
Just looking at the fixtures ahead here, John Worsley, Keegan Brown coming up next. That's a game in the bottom half of the table. But West and Coulson, things could get really interesting here. The way Steve West has been playing, he could really lay down that challenge to Derek Coulson and potentially be the first player to beat him today. If that is the case, we've got three players separated by 2 points going into tomorrow, which will give us a bit of a grandstand finish on a Wednesday.
Moment you said grandstand, I had that theme music in my head.
100.
That's when sport was only readily available on Saturday afternoons.
60.
I'd like to say that they were the days, but quite frankly, when you've got a 24/7 darts channel, I don't think we should be complaining.
60. Andreas, you require
Harrysson is showing his class right here. He is thoroughly outscoring his opponent. Should be going for treble 17 now.
129.
Should, did, got.
$140. Andreas, you require 32.
Such a difference in the actions here. One is very easy on the eye. The other one,
Game shot on the second
describe
leg.
it as you wish, but
Harrysson.
the action from the person who was 2-0 down,
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
it's not succeeding. I said earlier in the day, he looks like he plays for the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL. If we're talking about quarterbacks, Joe Burrow here is having a nightmare. I wonder if Andreas is into the NFL. Who would he
99.
support? Probably the Minnesota Vikings.
He does have that sort of Viking look, doesn't he? Stereotypical.
The Vikings are
100.
coming to Dublin at the end of September. They're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers at Croke Park at a sold-out 80,000 person arena. That'll be something else.
58.
Well, these nations, they like a bit of rally driving, don't they? They're really good
100.
at the driving sports like F1, rally, all sorts of other things.
180.
He's not too bad at the darts either. This Swede is very much a flag bearer for his country.
100.
Mind you, this guy's not bad either.
164.
They are going hammer and tongs right now. Bullseye.
139.
Had the bull
Tony
worried.
required 24.
One left.
12.
Can't find it, and that is problem after problem.
25.
When you keep missing, you expect your opponent to keep hitting and hitting.
9.
And it's a surprise he misses double eight.
Tony required 12.
Just been slightly
Game
off
shot
the
of
radar,
third,
hasn't he,
Tony
Andreas
Sorensen.
Harrysson, away from his personal brilliance of which we have seen. Just been sort of
Full
hit and
fair
miss,
gets
hasn't
Andreas
he?
to throw
The
first.
first performance was a victory against Steve West, but averaged 81. Then he lost with a 94. Won with an 84. Then the big one, the 103 in the last game. You think that might be the point where
60.
Andreas Harrysson is really going to start putting all these things right, but just playing himself into a little bit of drama here.
He's not been as sharp on the doubles today, but then again,
140.
yesterday was a very hard act to follow. 4 out of 7 in his first game. Then only 1 out of 3 because Coulson was denying him shots. 4 out of
83.
17 against Brown. He didn't have to be that good. Still got a 4-1 victory. But against Worsley, he was 4 out of 8. Very much
60.
typical of what he was doing yesterday, averaging over 103.
$100.
I don't think Tony's getting enough chances to win matches. It's the scoring department that just
100.
needs to be tightened up. I haven't done the exact calculation of his average for the day, but
100.
organically speaking, it just feels like he's been better than yesterday.
Oh, for Sorenson, this is a massive step up from what we saw yesterday.
140. Andreas,
So he hits a 177 to leave double 12 the last time he was on 201. This time he tries 180 to leave 21. Harrysson leaves the bull.
130.
That was frisky.
Tony requires 61.
Well, this is where the decision making really comes into play. Well, what a dart that is. That just corrects the issue.
Game shot the
14
4th.
darts. This
Tony
is
Sorenson.
the Sorenson that I kind of expected to see before a dart was
Fifth
thrown.
gets Tony to throw first.
This is the guy that was playing that Swedish Masters last year where he picked up a
Game
WWF
on.
ranking title in a very healthy field.
Well, this is 2-2 this game. It could have been finished.
100.
If Harrysson had hit the bull twice, one for the 164, one for the 158, he'd be walking back to the practice room right now, singing his own praises.
100.
As it stands, he's still on 14 points. Still behind Coulson by 2.
140.
And Sorensen feels like he's playing the best darts of his week. At this stage, he's averaging 97.
180.
Which means Harryson's going to have to find another gear.
83.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I find Tony Sorensen actually quite stressful to watch.
I think you'd probably agree that it's quite stressful to play here at times, especially in this group. Is that due to the movement and the thrusting?
Feels like he's playing on a tightrope. Like he's one of those guys on one of those bendy ropes trying to walk across Niagara Falls. You don't want him to slip. Harryson's on double 14.
93. Tony, you require 134.
We have seen weeks won on double 14 before.
Andreas, you
The
require
one weekly win of
28.
Connor Scott was won on this very double. You thought that was good. He's had a darter double in every leg.
14.
And the strange thing is,
Tony, you require 76.
even with darts at double in every leg, he might be behind. He's losing this game.
Tony Sorensen.
This is a head scratcher.
Sick leg is Andreas to throw
3
first.
out of 8 on the doubles, and a 92 average is good enough to lead Harrysson, who now has got to find a hold and a break if he wants to be on 16 points overnight.
60.
Performance of the week so far from Sorensen, but the big but here is the fact that he's been in this position before, and it's when the throw breaks down.
140.
We can see this breaking down a bit there, him lurching in, throwing himself in, but it's worked on this occasion. You sort of feel he's not going to get over the line textbook or with style, but he just needs to get over the line in one of these games.
Yeah, if he was a runner,
134.
he wouldn't be the most fluent moving forward. He'd be running like Phoebe from Friends. But he'd get the job done.
45.
And if he wins this match, he'll be wishing that he plays game 5 every round.
You can see the dart almost shaking in the hand, can't you, as he's setting it up? But what a response. To say the technique's not fully there for him, it's certainly getting through this. 87 points away from his second win. Harrysson gets down to a finish, but Sorensen may feel he's got 6 darts here.
Might not need even 3. He's won this game, and for the second consecutive day, Tony Sorensen has won his last match of the day, getting his solitary win for the day. He's caused an upset here because Harrysson, who was hoping to join Derek Coulson on 16 points, is going to have to settle for 14 points, which means that Coulson is going to lead the table overnight, come what may. Welcome back to the live lounge here in the north end of Portsmouth. And we're going to take a bit of a break from the race for the top spot in this penultimate match of Tuesday, because both of these players are going to be in the bottom 3 overnight going into Wednesday, and nobody is going to overtake Derek Coulson overnight, because after that Andreas Harrysson defeat, that means that Coulson's position at number 1 is secure. So just like Wigfield and Saturday night, Derek Coulson is going to stay where he is. But we're not going to get sick of Derek. He's played supremely today, but he's got 1 game left against Steve West in game 15, a game you do not want to miss, because both players have been playing superbly
First
over the
leg,
course of the last
throw first.
13
Game
games.
Well, if the pattern continues here, Keegan Brown's about to have his performance of the day. The reason I say that, Jonathan Worsley seems to be bringing out the best in everyone. His last 3 performances
39.
have been against Steve West, who averaged nearly 100 against Jonathan Worsley. It was Derek Coulson, who averaged 106.92, and Andreas Harrysson, who averaged 103.33. Which means over the last 3 games, I would estimate it's been around
96.
about 103 average thrown against him.
So what you're saying, Matt, is if Jonathan Worsley turned up at Vincent van Gogh's house and said, here's an easel, Vincent would be about to paint a masterpiece.
140.
He seems to be the muse of the best players in the group this week. And that is a bit of a compliment.
140.
It's funny you should mention that, actually, because earlier today I was doing a bit of research about
60.
Jonathan Worsley. We mentioned that he's only averaged over 100 away from the Super Series once. But curiously, one of the legends of the
48.
game, Steve Beaton, his personal best average of 118.19, that was in a tour card holder qualifier for the German Darts Open in 2022. That was hit against John Worsley 3 years ago.
160.
So maybe there's something in that.
He's certainly bringing the best out in everybody, isn't he? And this is a good start from Keegan Brown. Down to a double after 12 darts thrown.
Keegan, you require 20.
The pattern is continuing.
Hates the angle. Hates it even more now.
No score.
He couldn't have done much more than that.
Johnny require 137.
How many tops? Not enough.
97. Keegan, you require
I've
20.
seen tops in this leg, but not to kill the leg off.
Game shot.
Now we've seen tens to go with it.
Keegan Brown.
If that shirt was a
Second
magic
leg
eye
is Keegan
picture,
to
what
throw
would it be?
first. Game on.
It really is a great big mess of stuff, isn't it? It looks like half flower bed, half Japanese lettering.
41.
Something else, that shirt. I wonder where the inspiration came from for that one. I wouldn't be surprised if it came from the
121.
cherry blossom part of the year in Tokyo, which is a very beautiful part of year in the Far East. You ever seen that, Matt?
No.
The cherry blossoms in Japan in the springtime, where everything goes pink. It's unbelievable.
No, I once was coming back from Cleethorpes and the sky was
97.
red.
Slightly different example, but I'm going to give you that.
60.
I'm sure some of our viewers from over in Japan are thinking, where is Cleethorpes?
Home of the best all-you-can-eat buffet I've ever been to.
140.
Was it Chinese?
It was actually, yeah. There's a bit of a pattern here, isn't there?
140. John number 140.
It's a nice approach there from Keegan, but he's joining the party a little bit late. This looks good. No, John, don't be going upstairs. What you want is downstairs.
111.
He was probably looking at double 18 or double top there. It's a good job he reined himself in.
Feel like it just sort of lost his rhythm though, don't you, with that sort of reset having to come and have that second prod. But how many times do we see players not realise what they're doing just beforehand?
93. John
End
require.
up throwing at the wrong
32.
target. We've seen it a few times. People actually hit the target and bust the score.
Game on the second
That's
leg.
not bust.
John Worsley.
That's exactly what you need to do. Take it to 0.
Third
What
leg
about the
is
time that
John to
Jamie
throw
Hughes
first.
was on a
Game
9-darter on the Pro Tour. Left himself a number and he went for the wrong number. I think he was on 144 and he went for a 141. Silly Yozza.
I think Ross
60.
Montgomery's done it here, hasn't he? Where he's gone for the wrong double. Ended up hitting it. Gave it a bit of a celebration. Then realised it was the wrong one. It's one of those things that's very unfortunate.
60.
Well, what timing to say very unfortunate. Because not only does Keegan Brown lose the third dart, he also knocks out the previous treble 20.
100.
That's one of those moments that just makes you feel very, very empty. Look at this. Go for the 177. There you go.
177.
There's a little bit of poetic justice. Technically, his last 6 darts haven't missed.
He's on a theoretical 9.
96.
Just imagine if he hit 2 treble 20s there.
I mean, that looks a little loose as well,
94.
doesn't it? He comes away from there. If he'd got the 2 treble 20s, nah, he wouldn't have gone for the double 12.
Go for the double 12, then he leave 120 and hit 3 double tops for the most creative leg in the history of the sport.
41. Keegan, you require 170.
Take this, it'll be an amazing 12. Hit it, Keegan. That would have been a leg we would have talked about for years
85.
if he'd hit that 170. I mean, who gets a 12 darter with 120 on the floor? That would have been something very special.
58. Keegan, you require 85.
Seems to be the player against the darts playing the stronger.
71. John, you require 146.
Just knocked on the door, John Worsley, of a 143. Same equation here, a couple of trebles for a dart at the double. Not that one.
80.
And both are
Keegan,
coming
you
into
require
this
40.
game having had 1 win today. Someone's got to get a second, and it might not be
10.
Brown. He
John,
slipped
you
up.
require 66.
This has been one of those legs that might haunt your dreams. That's
Game
going to
on
hurt
the
Brown.
third leg.
What a journey
John
that was,
Worsley.
leg 3. My word.
Fourth leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
Could have taken it in
Game on.
12, had 120 on the floor, missed darts to win it. His heart will be fluttering right now for all the wrong reasons.
134. $140.
Whatever you do, don't leave us at the end of the programme today. We've got that tungsten talk with Jamai van den Herik, winner on the Challenge Tour earlier this year.
96.
And in that Challenge Tour, he did hit a 9-darter as well.
$56.
We're getting into the section of the darts in a series where most of our winners come from. People who are getting into form.
56.
They get a weekly win and then they're about a month removed from Champions Week. One thing that we do know from the early part of week 9 is that Jimmy Van Schie
100.
and Shane McGurk are guaranteed to be in Group A at the start of Champions Week. Already, that's quite the lineup, and that's only a third of Group A.
I think on CVs, names and reputations, I think
100.
I don't
Taking
want
your
to say
require
it's
155.
one of the best or the best champions we've ever had, because I think that's a very easy narrative to spin, but I think it's possibly our most exposed in the fact of there's no
40.
unexpected
John McGuire,
hidden
105.
gems in there. No one's trying to make their name from that. They're all already established names.
Yeah, based on experience and reputation, it is definitely shaping up to be
65.
the most
Taking
stacked
115.
we've ever had. It can only get better.
87.
It might just
John
get
McGuire,
worse.
40.
For the person playing Worsley.
$20.
But this is a
Taking a
chance to
required 28.
rectify some of the wrongs from the previous leg.
No score.
My word, that took a second
Johnny
look from the
McQuarrie,
referee.
20.
It was that close.
Game shot
3-1
before
Worsley,
John
and he might get
Worsley.
out of today with 4 points.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
You can completely understand Keegan's mentality coming into this leg. This has been a tough one to swallow.
100.
Yeah, this one's as tough as a cactus-flavoured mint.
$60.
We haven't got anybody from Wales into Champions Week so far.
57.
We have had people from Wales losing in finals over the last couple of series. Kurt Parry lost in week 4 to Shane McGurk
100.
by 4 legs to 1. McGurk was on one that night. He was incredible. But the last 4 finalists defeated have all been English. That doesn't mean to say that all of the last 4 winners have been English. 2 of them have. 1 Dutchman has prevailed and 1 Czech player in Adam Gavlas. He will be the first Czech player to make a Champions Week.
100.
There's plenty of Irish representation with McGurk and O'Shea. And Canada's Jeff Smith will be there, taking the mantle of Jim Long. He's been to Champions
59.
Week twice.
$81.
If Worsley can get to 85 here, he would fancy taking the game out 4-1.
59.
What you doing, John?
Keegan, you require 160.
Very interesting mathematics there. Giving Keegan Brown guaranteed 6 starts at the 160.
40.
Doesn't really took too much advantage of it there. Keegan Brown still requiring a treble to get a dart at the double, and now John Worsley looking to leave it much more handy. Some sensible switch there
134,
and
Keegan
good
number
application.
120.
That was a great leave. Brown needs exactly that, but he needs a double at the end.
80. John,
It might just be another
32.
frustrating day for Keegan. He got 4 points yesterday. Worsley will get 4 points today if he hits double 9.
$14.
But he can't.
Keegan, you require 40.
All of the complications started when he missed double 16.
Game shot on the 5th
There
leg.
might be more
Keegan
complications
Brown.
on the horizon.
6th leg, it's Keegan
This
to
looks like
first.
hard work for
Game.
Keegan. And considering some of the trials and tribulations he's got physically with his game at the minute, that will have an effect mentally as well.
Yeah, you can certainly see that coming through now, even the fact he's won that leg.
55.
Didn't look like a guy who's just won the leg and kept himself alive in this game. And it does, it affects you, not just physically, but it affects you mentally. You don't have the belief at times. You feel like you're battling yourself rather than battling your opponent.
140.
Which is never an enjoyable place to be with your game.
135.
You can just tell that the game is right there for Keegan. It is right in there. But it feels like someone's at the gate. And when he wakes up in the morning, he doesn't
100.
know how strong that person's going to be at that gate, blocking him from being the person he wants to be.
$120.
It's almost as if he's got to be best friends with that person and just try and manage a relationship with that person for the rest of his darting career.
180.
Right now, John Worsley's his enemy because Worsley's playing beautifully in this 6th leg.
$96.
Great spirit from Brown.
Johnny require 81.
If more darts are missed to win the match, Brown might have an out. Double 13 for Worsley. Keegan's puzzled. Worsley isn't.
Shot on the match.
He solves the
John
puzzle
Worsley.
and takes the 4-2 victory. Brown got the victory yesterday by 4 legs to 2, and that one has been reversed, meaning that John is going to finish on 6 points with Keegan after 2 days. We've got one more game left, and it is a cruncher between Coulson and Steve West.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final game of action this afternoon. Day 2 of our Group A campaign. John Worsley picking up a 4-2 victory over Keegan Bound before the break, but that is down in the bottom half of the table. We're moving our attention now to the top, and to the very top of the table. Derek Coulson probably would have been expecting to come into this game as a being knocked off. Andreas Harrysson losing 4-2 in a shock defeat to Tony Sorenson. That makes this a very intriguing game. Steve West can bring himself into contention, and before a dart was thrown today, he did draw the eye. The 7-1 outsider
First
to win
leg,
this
it's
group
Steve to throw first. Game on.
is just one win away here from being level with Andreas Harrysson and just a couple of points behind Coulson going into the final day of action. But you do feel for Steve and for Andreas Harrysson, they need West to win this game, because
180.
Coulson win here will give him a clear advantage going into the final day of play tomorrow.
140.
My spidey senses are telling me this is going to be rather useful.
One thing we know about Steve West is when he goes into these games where he needs to win, he finds the big
180.
performances. And this could be the biggest leg of them all. What a way to start this crucial match.
100. Steve, you require
7 perfect darts
141.
earlier today. Only 6 this time, but a brilliant start. Treble 7's the player.
101.
This is a statement so far from Westy. Coulson knows that he got the better of West in the first game of the group yesterday. He had the
46.
darts.
Steve, you
He
require
dodged a
40.
few bullets. This is a very different Steve West.
$20.
You could see the little reaction there for Steve West. It's as if he knows that 10 darter was on. It's the best leg of the week so far. John Worsley hitting that yesterday. We had a couple of attempts
64.
at joining
Steve
John
requires
Worsley
20.
on the 10 darter, but the important thing for West is winning the leg.
Game's on the first
He's
leg.
won that leg.
Steve West.
He won't care that it wasn't a 9 darter.
Second leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
And Derek is one of those guys who is just impossible to dislike. He's got so many friends within the sport now because of what he's done. But he had a lot of friends in the sport before he popped. Before he was doing things like that on this
180.
stage and on other stages. People knew how good he was well before we did.
140.
180 going in almost brought a smile to the face of Steve West. It's as if he's really enjoying this top quality start to this crucial clash.
If you look at his CV,
57.
he maybe hasn't won as much as he would have liked. I think he's at a stage in his life where he's a more intrinsic player than ever. Feeling good
100.
and playing good within himself feels better than titles. He likes being in a dust-up these days.
58.
And I think he still knows that there's a big level in him.
100.
He's showing it in this game.
$96. Steve, you're 120.
If this goes, this will be something else in the first couple of legs. It's the bullseye.
96.
When he's missing, he's
Derek,
getting
you
the
require
line right. It's
110.
just fractionally off the weight. Tops left.
70. Steve, you're required
An
25.
open window for West to get the break of throw, which in this contest would be a bit of a bonus.
1.
He's had
Derek, you
8
require
darts at a double.
40.
Derek's had 1. Make that 2. 3 and 4 if he needs them.
35.
That was rushed.
Steve, you're required 24.
Bit of panic maybe from Coulson. Knows at the moment he's second best in this game. But that only matters if Steve West can convert, and he
12.
can't.
Derek, you require 5.
And that intrinsic confidence is taking a hit right now.
Game
Especially when
egg.
5 is
Derek
converted
Coulson.
off the single that nearly hit the single 18.
Third against Steve to throw first. Game on.
A relieved man for a couple of reasons there, Derek Coulson. One, that he got the opportunity, and 2, that he got away with that dart that wasn't thrown exactly
125.
clean. Sometimes you throw a dart, don't you? You just know whether it's going in, or you know if it's a little bit dodgy. And that would have been one of them where he'd have been panicking and
57.
hoping that it catches in the one.
The worst ones, Matt, I don't know how you feel about this, but the ones that you throw, you think they're in, but they don't land. They come out of your hand, you think, that's good,
100.
that's going in, and it doesn't.
Then you got the bonus one, haven't you? The one that you sort of snatch a little bit and it lands in. Oh, bonus, yeah, brilliant. Happy days. Didn't throw that correct and it's gone in.
Play long enough, you'll get both.
180.
Full bag there for Derek. Surely this can't be another game where West has the better numbers and loses.
80.
It's happened twice against Harrysson so far. Even with a dart on the floor, he's still a dart ahead, but not for long.
140.
Age is but a number. These two are showing that 50 years of age is a good age to be a player.
60. Derek, you require 124.
Just feels like Coulson is starting to take the initiative in this one. Steve West starts under threat, under pressure, bullseye. Will go for it with Steve West on the finish and finds it.
shot
What a
the
find
third
that is from
leg.
Coulson.
Derek Coulson.
It felt like he was just starting to go
Well,
through
it's
the
Derek to
gears.
throw first.
And that is
Game
putting the foot to the floor on the accelerator. Big, big breaker throw.
Did you see Westy in the background there? That little shake of the head as if to say he's going to hit this, isn't he? You should never be surprised
140.
when a good dart player hits a 1-2-4 check out, because that's what good players do.
140.
I'll never forget a game I had against Kevin Painter once, and you can sympathise here, Matt, because you know Kevin very well. I was having one of the best games I'd ever played in qualifying for a European Tour event.
100.
And Kevin looked surprised that I was playing well. I'm looking around as if to say, what do you expect? I'm supposed to play well. I'm on the tour.
41.
So when you play someone here who's in form, expect what they have left to go.
Especially Coulson. Won all 4 games so far today. Lowest average 93.51. High average of 106.92. 2 of those have been over 100 and significantly over 100. Coulson has been very, very good today and he's staying up there again. 97. 53 so far in this game.
Require 130.
I just wonder if this is a problem of Steve's making because of missed starts at double earlier. If he'd closed those legs out a little sooner, maybe he wouldn't be in this predicament.
Look at this choice from Coulson. Very game aware. Knows where Steve West is. Knows he's got time and he's using it.
90.
A win for Derek would give him a 4-point cushion overnight. Something would have to go very wrong.
Derek, you require 40.
If he was to have that advantage overnight and lose this group.
No score.
He'll be back.
$83. Derek, you require 40.
Take 2.
$35.
Wow. Early
Steve
on in this
require
game,
96.
Steve West could have taken an early lead. And a comfortable early lead. It's missed doubles. Coulson cashed in. Is he about to return the favour?
78.
2
Derek, you
darts
require
there for Steve
5.
West to get the breaker throw. To get the darts back and the advantage back. But it's that situation again for Coulson. 5-1 for double 2.
Game shot on the 4
Mops it up.
flag. Derek Coulson.
Steve West had chances here. 12 darts missed.
5th flag, it's Steve to throw first.
Just
Game
1 converted from his 13 attempts, and that's where the disappointment comes from. He's been unable to front run in this game, and he's been unable to cash in when presented with the chances.
60.
And now, just starting to get a little bit frustrated. But you can excuse this one, I think.
60.
The game is not over until it's over.
85.
If you're going to be successful in this building, you've got to be able to put a 3-leg spurt together at some point. To save this Group A situation, Steve is going to have to do it here, but he's up against someone who was like a rock.
95.
You just can't break him down. We are going to grab a word with the winner of this
100.
game at the end of the show. Whoever it is, it will make for very interesting viewing. And Derek Coulson has got a vendetta against Group A because the last time he was in one, it was in Champions Week in the previous series.
96.
And to say that it was stressful on the Wednesday is a bit of an understatement.
$60.
That Group A had Alex Small, Jensen Walker, the eventual series champion, Mervyn King, Shane McGurk, Derek,
58.
and Scott Campbell. Campbell won his last 2 games and pipped Coulson to the post. And Coulson only just made it through to Champions Night.
140.
So there's no such thing as a surefire Group A win. Derek knows this.
140.
But he could win this match
Steve, you require
if
56.
West misses 56. This is where the comeback's got to start.
$16.
Wow.
Derek, you require 52.
2 very well thrown shots at tops, but just a little bit too far north.
Game
Coulson
shot and the
does stay cool
Derek Coulson.
and has a perfect day on the oche, leaving Steve West in third position overnight. Coulson was always going to be top going into Wednesday, but now, with a 4-point cushion, he's going to be very hard to peg back. We'll grab a word with Derek after the break, so don't go anywhere. Coulson wins by 4-1. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen the end of moving day, and a move has been made by the top three, creating a bit of a gap between themselves and the bottom three. The likes of Keegan Brown, Tony Sorenson and John Worsley are looking at Group C campaigns over Thursday and Friday. But as you can see from this table, Steve West was looking to try and peg Derek Coulson back in that last game of the session. Andreas Harrysson, suffering a defeat to Tony Sorenson in his last game today, sees him on 14 points, but 4 points adrift of the man who is sitting in our studio right now, ready to have a chat with us. Derek, great to have you with us once again. This place is becoming a very successful place for you. But I suppose this week, after a bit of a slow start, things really are starting to go in the right direction.
Yeah, I have to be honest, yesterday morning I was very lucky. Very lucky. I just didn't feel any... You know, it's like when you hold the darts and you think, yeah, this feels good, but it didn't feel good at all yesterday. And I got away with a lot. I missed a lot of doubles. managed to scrape through those 2 first games, and I thought, right, okay, come on, get your head on, let's sort this out. And then after that, I played all right, and it's continued today.
Matt, he really has been playing some great darts today. We've looked at some of the numbers, 106 average in there, 104 average as well. The doubling, a lot more polished than yesterday. But is it fair to say that he is the player of the week, and deservedly so?
Oh, certainly so far, and certainly today as well. And it's not just about putting in a good performance or a good average or a good game somewhere. It's about doing them at the right times as well. And things got very interesting in those last couple of laps of fixtures there. Andreas Harrysson going down to Tony Sorenson, and then Steve West also coming up on the outside to challenge for that top position. So it sort of really has shaped it quite well. If Derek didn't pick up those last couple of victories, could be really drawn into a battle instead. Now is a couple of games advantage going into tomorrow, where that first place for Saturday night will be given out.
Interestingly, Derek, we spoke very recently in Champions Week at the end of series number 10. You categorised yourself as not a Group A player because most of your best work was done either on a Thursday afternoon, a Thursday night, a Friday afternoon, a Friday night, with the exception of maybe the Saturdays that you've won on.
Yeah.
But now Group A is becoming a bit more familiar, and every time you're in it, you're contending.
I think it's having that bit of relaxation that there is a second chance when you're in Group A. 3 days, you've got a bit of time in between games as well to collect yourself and get your head back on. And I think it's just that pressure's taken off a little bit, knowing that, okay, obviously Group B is the best place to go if you don't win in Group A, but I think it's having that bit of relaxation that you can just get your game on. Let's play.
Is tomorrow something that has come up somewhat fortuitous for you? Because I've been looking back at that Champions Week when you had that battle with Scott Campbell. You're in a very similar position as to where you were then. Is this a chance to right a wrong?
Hopefully, yeah. Obviously, the expectation's going to be there, but I don't want to think about it. Do I need to win this? Do I need to win that? I do need to go in every game and just say, right, just win this game and see how everybody else does. If I can win my games, it takes care of itself.
In your own words, how well did you play today? Because from our point of view, it looked irresistible at times.
The total opposite to yesterday. I was struggling yesterday. I was forcing darts when I started missing the doubles. I was like, honestly, I was throwing doubles hoping they would go in rather than aiming the dart. Today I came in thinking, right, just probably I was playing a bit too quick yesterday. I haven't really watched it back, but I tried to concentrate a little bit more, take a bit more time today, and they started to go. So I felt a lot better, more comfortable today.
Now, Matt and I were talking yesterday morning about the fact that it took 47 darts for you to win your first couple of games. I don't even think you'd thrown that many darts at double in your first 3 or 4 games today. So that's how different a day can be, Matt.
Yeah, certainly. And a lot of it comes on, like Derek's saying, feel. You know, some days you feel great. Some days you go there and it just doesn't sit right in the there's something going wrong and you're trying to work it out. And then what you'll do is you alter your pace a little bit. You may adjust very slightly how you stand. And you make these little adjustments and you're trying to work out the mechanics of your throw. And ultimately, we don't want to be trying to work out the mechanics of our throw. We want to be playing the match. And you can easily get drawn into those. But another thing Derek said there that's quite interesting is the games are a little bit more spread out in a Group A, which means you've got a bit more time in the back room. And it only takes a couple of throws and you go, that's my throw, I found it now. And that seemed to click yesterday around the middle part of the day and not looked back since.
You've got a lot of group winners and weekly winners in that practice room this week, Derek, but I get the feeling there's not a great deal of ego in there. I think there's a lot of humble winners in there. Is that the case?
It's exactly the case, yeah. I mean, in the back room, we are having a good time, I'll be honest. Obviously, people don't like losing when they come back in a little bit disappointed, but within 30 seconds, everybody's back on it. Everybody's supporting each other. It's a great room to be involved in.
Well, I know that you represent Wales, and you've got John Worsley in the practice room as well. Interesting character. Can you please give us some sort of insight into why he hasn't worn one of his dart shirts this week? Because he's got more than anybody, and he's not wearing them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, his sponsor stickers won't stick to them either. Everyone out there has got sponsor stickers, but they just won't stay on his shirt. So I'm not really sure what's going on there.
As far as Keegan Brown's concerned, Matt, it's been a bit of a tumultuous time. He's got 6 points just like John Worsley. What kind of mentality is Keegan going to have going into tomorrow?
Honestly, I think he's struggling. I really do. I think he started off okay. There's been moments, there's been flashes, but the issues of which he's facing at the moment in his game was really starting to show themselves in that last match. Even just passing the dart or getting the dart into the grip, he was really struggling to the point where he was then having to start to change things within his approach. You could see him not even happy with success. And when you get to that mentality where you're not happy with success, that you're just in such a negative place. You're not going to get out of that. The best thing for him right now is the time off before he comes back tomorrow. Game 1 will be key. If he doesn't start well tomorrow in game 1, I think he could lose them all.
There were flashes of brilliance from Brown, as we saw there. The 94 check out with 2 double tops. 130 after that would get him a win against Sorenson. But speaking of Tony, debutant this week, he's a bit of a firecracker, isn't he, Derek?
He is, and I think he showed what he's got in his game today. I had a very hard game against him. Could have easily lost that game, and when he beat Andreas as well, he was class. I think what he's done is, we all know what it's like coming here for the first time, and it's very difficult, expectations, walking in that room, but I think he proved himself today, and I think he's going to be dangerous the rest of the week.
Could be the case, Matt, because that win against Harrysson in that final match has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, but his performance level, averaging nearly 97, that shows what he can really do.
We've seen this story a lot, where we get a debutant here, it doesn't quite work out for them. In Group A, we see signs, and then they get to a Group C campaign and they excel. I think he's going to follow that exact same story. I've seen this guy play before. I've seen him play very well before. He's dangerous. I knew that the second I saw his name and realised who it was, I was like, this guy can be dangerous this week. I looked at the Group A and thought, although he's dangerous, this is probably a bit too strong for him. But as things are developing, and now that win over Andreas Harrysson really is encouraging, I think he's going to be a rival in Group C. I really do.
Steve West today, how's he going to be feeling leaving day 2? Because yesterday, I know he didn't win his last game and he was frustrated by that. But the fact is, he's gone off the pace today, even though he's played even better today. Is that the case?
He has played better today, but I do feel Steve West is one of those people that the last thing that happens is the most important. And he's not one of those people that will look back to 2 hours ago and go, okay, that happened 2 hours ago, I can dismiss that. He's going to go here very frustrated because the amount of doubles he missed in that last game, could have easily took an early lead. Then he had an opportunity after throwing it away to bring it back to 2-2, missed the 2 darts at the 96 finish. And they're the things he's going to remember. He won't remember the positives, and that's where the people around him now are going to have to play their part.
Just quickly, Derek, what's the plan between now and tomorrow morning? How are you going to get ready for Wednesday?
Just relax and get the fans on in the hotel room. It's a bit warm in there. But yeah, just relax and do the same as I did yesterday. Get up early. I'm not great at getting up in the mornings, but the last 2 days I've been getting up early. So I'm wide awake and ready for when I come in. That's what I'll do tomorrow.
Well, congratulations today. A perfect day. I'm sure you'll be looking for the same tomorrow. Derek looking to stay cool, and I'm sure we'll all be doing the same stuff over the next 20 or so hours before we rejoin you on Pluto TV. But there's more coming up on this network because we've got a tungsten talk with Jemai van den Herik coming up. A very insightful interview into a very young man who has got a bit of success recently on the Challenge Tour and here at the Modus Super Series. And then we're going to go upside down darts with Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton, 2 rivals from the 2012 Premier League and World Championship, where Hamilton would get the better of Whitlock once and Whitlock would get him back in the Premier League. But then we're live tomorrow morning from 9:30. It's going to be Steve West looking to cause the upset tomorrow from the 3rd position, but it's going to be Coulson leading, and one of the people from tomorrow will be going to Saturday night, and we will be here on Saturday night as well. We're not going to be here much longer because we're leaving you right now on Pluto TV. Stay here for more, but for us, it's bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrysson! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin